I'm going to call our meeting back to order at 1:04 p.m. and we're at our 6.9 11 a.m. item, which is a public hearing continued from November 18th, 2025. Consideration of an ordinance amending Article V111 of Chapter 18 of the Lake County Code to implement a low-value property tax exemption. With that, we have our tax collector and our assessor recorder here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to staff for presentation.
All right, and I believe Ms. Harrington from the Auditor Controller's Office is also present online. She was going to try to join remotely.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
As the chair stated, this is a continuation from in November. At this point, this would be the first reading of this ordinance. Since we last spoke, we have met with the City of Clear Lake, and there are other alternatives being explored. There are some other proposals being looked at, but they are not fully developed yet because they haven't been able to go to the City Council. So because of that, we really don't want to get into any discussion of that today. What we're going to ask for, in order to preserve the timeline for this, we would ask your board to vote yes on this ordinance today, because that's the only way we're going to be able to move forward with it if this is the direction we go in. Voting yes today would take it to the second reading, which we would also hope to schedule today. But we are getting short on time. So before that second reading, there will be another item where your board will be presented these alternatives that are in the works. At that time, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions, understand that proposal, and determine whether that's the path the county would like to go down. If you choose to go down that path, we would then ask you to vote no at the second reading of this ordinance. If that alternative pathway doesn't work, we would ask you at the second reading of this ordinance to again vote yes in order to implement it. So for today, I realize everyone's short on time, so unless there are questions, I don't know that we need to rehash anything from before. We did give that prior presentation. So if the board has outstanding questions, we're happy to answer them. Otherwise, I think we'd be asking for that vote so that we can just keep this process in motion while this other alternative is being explored.
Only thing could I clarify is when he's talking about timeline, we're building the tax roll now. So in order to get this implemented, we can't wait months and months and months. It won't be effective for this tax roll at that point. And so that's what he's talking about, timeline. That has a lot to do with my office. So I'm going to be the one starting the valuation of properties right now for that tax roll. If you don't tell me that there's a low value ordinance, I will be working it as I always work it, right? So coming to us back in, let's say, May, that would be way too late. So that's what we're talking timeline. That's why it's crucial on timing.
Yeah, and the other concern, just Megabyte, our software provider, this is a decent project for them to work on, and we can't get in line for it until there's an answer. So we have to have the ordinance in place. And so anyways, yeah, thank you for the explanation. There is a reason why we kind of have to keep this ball rolling.
Yeah.
Are there any comments from the Auditor Controller at this point?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Sullivan?
No.
I bring it back to the board for any questions to staff.
I'm wondering if I can get panelist access from Zoom, please. I just want to share something, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I just want to share my screen and show something to the board and the community. I appreciate the fact that our finance departments have come together with a solution to the problem that they are experiencing. And I think that from their perspective, this does solve the problem that they are experiencing. I will not change my perspective in the belief that this doesn't solve the problem that our communities are experiencing and why this is a problem that trickles down into our finance departments. And so rather than having a solution at the end of the creek, I really want to go upstream. And I just want to share with you what it is that I see as being a problem. We oftentimes should really look at who are we affecting with this. So this is a map that I, again, really greatly appreciate. Lon Sharp is being talked about a whole lot today about his work on our GIS system. I know he worked with our tax collector to make this updated tax defaulted properties. The majority, it's almost like an overlap, like the very low value properties are overlapped by the tax defaults that we see because these are properties that people don't care about, they don't even know they have, maybe they passed, and so on and so forth. And so when you look at the communities that will be impacted, here's the community of Lakeport. You can see the number of black dots that we're talking about. Here is the community of Kelseyville. These are the black dots that we are looking at. We're going to travel down to Hidden Valley, slightly different. It's kind of an anomaly, but that's because of the moratorium that existed in the past on the water, which meant people couldn't build, so people pretty much gave up on those properties. I am certain that those will slowly disappear as the moratorium has been lifted. And here's the Middletown area, which I don't even see a single black dot at this moment, except for maybe Southern down here. But then we move towards the communities of Clear Lake, where it looks like there's a rash of black dots from the amount of low-value properties that are also tax defaulted. Again, the overlap is almost a one-to-one. And then we move on to the North Shore. And so we all know what is a similar trait that impacts these communities. And to me, this solution is great from a financial perspective, but this solution is not great to the people that we're here to serve. And this has an environmental justice issue of we are going to give up on almost 14,000 properties in some of the lowest income communities that we have in our communities. And we're only going to depress those communities that much more rather than trying to find a solution to these areas to make them a part of the community and not where we have so much happening right now in our copter program where they are doing great work in a place that if we give up is work that's going to be wasted because it's just going to happen again 5-10 years down the road once we move on somewhere else. Again, I think we need to think larger, think bigger, think bolder, and really go upstream to solve this problem because, yes, I do see it as a problem for you guys. I'm not going to disagree what you're seeing, but I cannot today say yes to moving forward even on a first reading. I appreciate the fact that we have met with the city of Clear Lake. We have met with the county to discuss potential options and would love to keep those conversations going, but I see these where the rubber meets the road on these issues for these properties. This is not going to solve the issues that I have seen with my own eyes in changing our communities for the better. So I just needed to show you guys because this map speaks volumes as to who is going to be impacted by this and who will not be impacted by this. And if this is your backyard, this is a vastly different situation to say yes or no to. Thank you.
Any other comments from supervisors? Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
I appreciate that, Matt. Supervisor Sabatier. I just want to highlight that many of those properties are the paper subdivisions, and even if we continue to collect, there's never going to be a collection of it. I know I talked with Patrick about potential initiatives to work with getting these properties essentially off of the whole tax collection issue and working with either nonprofits or faith-based or something of the like to ensure that these properties can be taken care of in a different way. But a lot of them they're not going to be collected on. There's not going to be anything that comes out of these. So I hear you and I agree with you. And there are some properties that are just in the towns and the cities, but a majority of those are the paper parcels. Yeah.
Supervisor Pyska.
I mean, it is our priority to make sure that we're fiscally sound, and our financial advisors, elected, our financial specialists here are telling us, and this is a burden that we're all going to have to carry. Everyone in our community is going to have to carry. And so, we need to move forward today. There are discussions apparently happening. This is something that we can change. We don't have to die by this. We can move forward. We can, if there's other options that come to us, we can adjust. But right now, we have to be financially prudent. And this is a burden that we're all carrying and all bearing. And this is our responsibility to carry.
Supervisor Owen.
I think last time this came before us, I had mentioned that my concern was if we're not coming forward with the taxes, would we have the right to be able to somehow take that or to make use of it in the future? And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the answer was it would kind of stay like it is. Is that correct? But we wouldn't be attaching taxes to it, which kind of seems like it could hurt us. Is that true?
Yes, ultimately, if the low value ordinance is passed, those properties, those low value lots will fall off the roll. They'll no longer receive a tax bill. Formerly, at 5 years of delinquency, they would become eligible for auction.
They would still become, okay,
They would, but not if the low value ordinance passes.
that's what I
They
was
would-
concerned
They would
about.
fall off. So they would fall in that category of being, for us, unsellable. We're unable, we don't have any buyers for these. And that's the other point I just wanted to highlight is we've met with the Land Trust previously. We've met with the U.S. Forest Service, federal officials. We have tried to drum up interest in this, but so far, no one has come forward to be a buyer. So even when we get close to the paper subdivisions, to the properties that are more desirable, we still don't get bids on those. So
Right.
80% of our sales get no bids. Once we try to sell these, we expect no bids, at least so far. So, and I think that's why it's important we are doing these talks to understand if there are other options that haven't been explored. But just so far, we don't have an alternative to
Sure.
fix this.
And I think, if I remember correct, when we were talking about it, I mentioned something about, or maybe it was a different meeting, that we were talking about about combining some of them to make them larger parcels, which if we do drop these off the tax rolls, I'm concerned that we would lose the ability to take them and to make something more constructive of them. So that's along the lines, because I know at one of the meetings, we were talking about other options and combining some of them to make larger parcels, to make them more desirable, and/or parks and/or trails, to make them somehow beneficial to the county. And I don't want to lose that ability to take them or to get them, to somehow make them useful. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Ford.
So just to talk about that for a second. So kind of like we talked about last time, we're the finance guys. So we don't necessarily have the ability to do the things that you just described. That has to kind of come through the rules and regulations that we have to manage this. But I know it's been discussed before is every time he puts it out to bid, it's $500 to $700 every time just to put it on bid for assets, right? And so there's a cost every time he puts it out for bid and it doesn't even get bought. And so every time he does this repeated pattern times the multiple thousands that he does, there's a cost, and it's general fund costs. And we're all general fund, plus a bunch of other offices of general fund, and the big majority of that is law enforcement, which is a big recipient of general fund. We're cognizant of that because we're the finance guys. We see the numbers, right? And so these are great ideas, and going back to what Bruno said last time, I don't want to be myopic. I'm totally supportive of this, but we don't have the power as the finance guys to do this. We're the finance guys. We see the numbers. We see it's not fiscally sound to continue. It's come up multiple times in multiple different avenues, but we do not have the power to make this change. I like all these ideas. I was on a committee with Bruno, and we discussed some of these, but that was also years ago, and nothing happened, right? So we would love to see it happen. We would love to see some good stuff, but we can't do it ourselves. We just have to present to you what we're seeing as a complete loss.
Yeah, and I do still have concerns about them, the issue of bad actors moving on to them, and the same programs with the copter program that we're trying to clean those areas up. And since they are primarily in Bruno's district and in EJ's district, I'm going to try to support what they're thinking they want to do in those districts.
and I haven't weighed in yet, but I'll get to Supervisor Sabatier once I do. I just wanted to get a couple of clarifications. First of all, it's my recollection and understanding that County General Fund is spending about $250,000 a year to do this billing. Am I correct on that? Or do you have a number? What does it cost us to send out these tax bills? What's the burden financially on us?
So I think the hard part, there's about 13,000 of these low-value parcels under $5,000. The initial mailing we do, if you just do straight cost, it's a little over $1 for each of those. The problem comes when they go delinquent. Once they go delinquent, on an $18 bill, I'm sending a $10 certified letter. And then I'm publishing and I'm posting and doing all this. So that's how you hit that $500 cost. So right now we have about 4,000 of these. So to do the delinquent noticing and mailing for that and the cost of the auction, we'd be looking at, $2 to $2.5 million. And that's what we're wrestling with. Right now when we do these sales, we have revenue coming in from the good stuff, basically, the valuable properties to offset it. But soon we're going to we are already swallowed up by these. They're 80% of our inventory.
All right. Yeah, I think it's definitely we've been talking about this for a while. I wanted to mention, I did have the opportunity, thank you to City Manager in Clear Lake, to show me some of the challenges down there with the low-value lots that they're dealing with in their community, and I'm very concerned about that, but I'm also concerned about the cost that we're continuing to pay to deal with these things. I feel like, I know we're not really getting into talk about what the plans are. I know there's work being done, but I feel like if we do pass it, to allow you to at least get it started so that if we don't come up with a solution in the next few weeks, we don't miss the deadlines for this year to get it implemented. We certainly don't have to vote on this at the second reading and it dies if we don't. Or we still have an option, I believe, to just rescind the ordinance again if we do end up passing it, because it's up to our board to pass laws. So that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. There's a lot of challenges on both sides, but with that, I'll go ahead and take further comments from Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, since I said it publicly, I'll apologize publicly for saying that you were being myopic. I was upset at the moment. I was in a weak, vulnerable state. Yes, we've had these conversations, and I'll be blunt. We did not have people in the right positions to move on some of the things that we're talking about today.
Yeah.
We did our first Chapter 7 sale that I can recollect that the county has done just in the recent last year or two. I think it's the last year that we've done that with the city of Clear Lake and some with special districts. Chapter 8 sale, sorry. Thank you for the correction. Those were the direct sales. That was part of the plan, but we couldn't get any movement on that, and Mr. Sullivan has been helpful in moving on some of those things. I showed the map with all of the black dots. Again, a very good overlap of what properties will be impacted, not all. Those are the tax defaulted. You will not accumulate more taxes on those properties, but you're still going to have to deal with those properties because they're still going to show up as tax defaulted.
Are you referring to the existing properties?
Yes. The ones that are currently tax defaulted who owe us money and have been on the tax roll for 30 years, 10 years, even 5 years, you're still going to have to deal with.
Right, and I think that's why it's so critical that, we should have passed this ordinance to slow the tide years ago.
I just want to make sure it's understood that this doesn't eliminate all the dots that I just showed. It just stops adding accumulation on top, which still creates the problem that if nobody buys them and you have to put them on the auction, you're going to have to continuously put them on the auction, which pushes us. We need the solution to this problem because these will just cycle through and keep wasting your time and your money.
There is And I realize you guys are probably short on time, so I don't want to go too deep into it, but there is a discharge mechanism, ultimately, if those are removed from the roll, to
But that's not what's
address
being
those.
offered today, yes.
No, so I just want to make clear, because
Yeah.
it's not part of this, but there is another pathway that can address those if this ordinance passes, but that would definitely be another presentation.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood this doesn't clear the rolls. This is still tax defaulted properties. You're still going to have to deal with them, which means the loss will continue until we solve that or we pass a discharge of the tax roll type of ordinance or approval or resolution. And there are ways, in my opinion, that yes, I would love to accumulate a full rectangle or square of properties, but if you can get half of them, or if you can get more than half of them in a square, if you're able to pencil out that grid, like the black boxes on a checkerboard, the white boxes might suddenly be incentivized to build on their own properties. So I think that this idea, I've been hoping for that pipe dream of the full box or the full rectangle. We have to be able to be flexible and figure out on how to just move forward with some of the things that we can and can't do. So again,
Supervisor Owen, did
I
you-
think he spoke.
Okay, is there anything further from the board? Not seeing any, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public. We'll go in the room first. And we have city manager coming up, if he could state his name for the record.
Chair, board members, Alan Flora, City Manager, Clear Lake. So appreciate the opportunity to speak. Appreciate the time that Mr. Sullivan has given to try and find a solution, and of course Supervisor Sabatier as well. Well, my first hope is that you don't move forward with the first reading today, although, as I've expressed to Mr. Sullivan, I do understand the intent behind that, because I do understand the administrative and fiscal challenges that the county is facing related to this. I do think we're in a pretty narrow box with some of the possible alternatives, but I feel like we've been pretty creative up to this point, and I think we will come back with something that gives not only the city of Clear Lake some options that I guess give us a little more control over our future destiny than what this ordinance would, and should do the same thing for the concentration of lots on the North Shore as well. I just want to make sure and underline, I went over some numbers last time, but I'll use some of the round numbers that, based on my recollection, that there's about 14,000 properties across the county that would fall under this proposed ordinance. About 4,000 of those are currently considered in tax default. And so, we have a problem that creates a lot of potential costs to the county to try and sell those tax defaulted properties, but we're impacting another 10,000 properties on top of that to try and solve the solution. And that's pretty concerning. Some specific numbers for the city of Clear Lake: we have just over 14,400 properties total, or parcels, in the city. Based on the information that I have, 3,380 of those parcels would qualify for this ordinance, of being valued at $5,000 total assessed value or less. If this moves forward to the next step, I would like to have the opportunity to share the map that I have. I had the opportunity to show it to our chair, but it's very difficult to describe. That's 23.3% of the parcels in the city would be taken off the tax roll. And this is not something that is a solution that I think is going to work for us. And there are some areas where it nears 100% in large concentrated areas, such as the source of the Boils and Cache Fire. But throughout the middle of the city, it's interspersed everywhere, and it's going to have a ripple effect of negative impacts in our entire community. So, again, I would reiterate, I really hope that you don't do the first reading today. If that does happen, we are thankful for the opportunity to continue to work with the tax collector and the rest of the county to try to find a better solution before any adoption may happen.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Yes, please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Elizabeth Larson, Lucerne resident, map nerd, and therefore lawn sharp fan. In Lucerne, I want to reiterate what my supervisor said. In Lucerne, our issues are very unique because of those paper lots. You can go back 100 years in old newspapers and find advertisements for those lots. This has bedeviled our grandparents and great-grandparents. So the fact that all of you are trying to do it, congratulations. It's a tough problem. In Lucerne, I actually think the whole hillside behind my house is these paper lots. What was about 3 years ago, one of the paper lots up higher than us, there was a wildland fire that nearly blew into town because somebody was up there squatting on one of these lots. So we see the impacts all the time. I do think that this is going to hopefully open up an opportunity for, again, as Supervisor Crandall said, nonprofits, faith-based groups to come forward, and maybe, the money that you save and not having to deal with them can be put into a little fund where there's these public-private partnerships and where you can develop green space, green belts, trails, and all of that. I mean, I think that land up there, because I like to hike up there, it's beautiful property. It's just that nobody is taking care of it. Clear Lake's problem is very unique, and so the question I have is there a way to zone this? Can we zone it and say maybe this is something focusing on the North Shore, and then maybe Clear Lake gets their own, because they are a city, maybe there can be an agreement, somehow it gets worked out. Again, I think that the fact that you're even here doing this, try a new generation, because a couple generations ago, your predecessors were still trying to do this. And so my hope is that we can somehow get there and get these into management where people will take care of them. I mean, the astronomical amount of money that's being spent on this. And again, people who, they don't know what it is, grandma left it to them, if they even know grandma left it to them. And grandma thought she was going to build a retirement home there. I mean, over the years, I've gotten so many calls, just like all of you have. In 2015, your predecessors on the board accepted a paper subdivision lot plan. I don't know if anybody's looked at it recently, but I'm wondering if there isn't something in there that you might be able to go back to and look at the wisdom of your previous boards and say, this is how they were thinking about it. Maybe they saw something we didn't. But I do agree, Clear Lake has a unique problem, but so does Lucerne, so does Nice, so does Clear Lake Oaks. And I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think we can somehow come out here where everybody gets what they need, our communities are taken care of, and the investment will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any hands online, Johanna? No hands online. I'm going to bring it back to the board for further questions or discussions. And Supervisor Sabatier.
I'm wondering if Mr. Sullivan could respond to the kind of dissecting our communities so that certain areas are affected by this and others are not.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point. I wish that state law did give us more options, but we are somewhat boxed in. The policy we adopt is for the entire county. So Clear Lake does have a different problem than the county. The paper subdivisions in Nice and Lucerne are different than the city of Clear Lake. So it is really unfortunate. I think that we have to craft a solution that has to work, or work or not work well for everyone. But state law doesn't, there's no discretion given to me, right? I'm forced into selling these. I'm forced to take certain steps in terms of the billing and default methodology, and whatever methodology we apply at the low value ordinance level equally applies to the whole county. So there's no way to bifurcate it.
Any further discussion from what was that? Rich.
I was just going to jump in because I know we talked about that. It's higher cost for these lots that we've been talking a lot about, paper lots, right? But the cost with the low value ordinance is still covered on the non-paper lots that are going to drop into that, because we still have costs that are going through that are not covering that property tax. Basically, call it 1% of whatever that is, right? $5,000. We're past cost already, just in his department, just in Treasurer's department, not counting the auditor or my department. You're already past cost. So it's not like it's a loss only in the paper lots. It's a loss across that whole breadth of parcels. So just going to give you that background.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? If not, we have possible action.
Why am I? I'll go ahead and, is it offer the ordinance?
The ordinance has been offered.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Or
Yes.
motion to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve?
Since we're, thank you, Mr. Chair. So since we're at the first reading, for purposes of the motion language, it's a two-step motion. If it pleases the board.
You want to
Yes.
have county council
Yes.
walk us through that?
So the first motion would be to, a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance to be read in title only. That would be.
So moved.
Second?
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. What was that?
She's got to
Then
read
the
it.
clerk will do.
Okay, it's an ordinance amending Article 8 of Chapter 18 of the Lake County Code to implement a low-value property tax exemption.
Thank you. County council?
And then the second motion would be a motion to approve that the draft ordinance be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. And that concludes this item. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to move on to our 6.10 item, which is 11:15 item, public hearing, consideration of resolution approving an application for funding and the execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto from the 2025 funding year of the state CDBG program. And we have our Deputy Administrative Officer, Ben Rickelman, here to present this. And I'll go ahead and turn that over to you at this point.
Thank you, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here to discuss a resolution tied to funding application with the Community Development Block Grant Program. I'm here with Jeff Lucas, who is a principal with Community Development Services, who's worked with the county on several different CDBG projects and is currently the administrator for the Small Business Loan Portfolio and Microenterprise Program. So, how the resolution and the memo is structured, it would be for a $1.5 million economic development program that would have two components. One is a continuation of the low-interest loan program aimed at small businesses, and then the other one would be a facade improvement program. We did get a request yesterday to include a project with the CDBG application. So that would be cleaning main sewer lines in Clear Lake with the impact of the flooding there. We believe it would be a qualified project. So the allocation it can be up to, you can apply for, is 3.6 million. So you could do a range. So for the economic development program, that can be up to 1.5 million, and projects can be up to 3.3 million. I got an estimate from special districts. They do have a quote on this, that the project would be around 2.5 million. So it would be possible to package the two, the economic development program and the project. We would just need to come back to you with a new resolution. We have time to do that. The application period is February 2nd to March 3rd. And there isn't this time an over-the-counter. It's just HCD will competitively judge all the proposals once the application period closes. Is there anything you want to speak to on this, Jeff?
No, that's a great summation. I just wanted to add that if the board decides to sort of postpone the approval of this resolution.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do that every time. Then that would give us time to determine the eligibility for the program. Everything that we've been able to put together in the last few hours looks like the addition of fund request to make improvements or to do deferred maintenance on the facility would be an eligible CDBG activity. And so what we would need is a little bit of time to make sure that's the case, have an opportunity to speak with special districts, run it by HCD staff, CDBG staff, just to confirm, and then put together, you know, the need statement, the budget, program description and design, those kinds of things you do with an application. It would take, you know, we could probably do that in a week or so, get it to the point where we're sure it's a good use of funds and a good application would be eligible and competitive. It would, if the budget information we have to date is correct, we would reduce the amount that we're currently considering for from 1.5 for the business loan program to like 1.1. But in this case, I think it's a good idea to take a little bit of time. We shouldn't lose any position relative to the competitive review process with the other jurisdictions. So we're kind of shifting gears here just to adjust to the situation at the treatment plant. And for the past 2 or 3 nights, I've been awake listening to those pumps moving that stuff out. And I know it's impacting a lot of my neighbors. I live in that area, so I have a little closeness to this project. And I think it would be worth our time to take a look at it and see if it's eligible and see if we could make it work.
Anything further, Mr. Rickelman?
Just in summation, so the resolution that was on the agenda was 1.5 for an economic development program, which would be low interest revolving loans aimed at small businesses and a facade improvement program. And then this potential update, the economic development program would move from 1.5 to 1.1, and then there would be a $2.5 million project for sewer line cleaning in the area that's impacted in Clear Lake, for a total proposal of 3.6, which is the maximum allowed for this NOFA, the CDBG Notice of Funding Opportunity.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, I'll bring it to the board. It looks like Supervisor Sabatier is first.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I know that I only saw the 1.5. I wanted to see if we can get the full gamut, and I really appreciate that you're able to put something together. And I'm going to step on my own toe a little bit. My goal in my communicating with you was not to take away from what I think our businesses still need. So if it remains at 1.5 and we're able to put another project on that allows us to activate the rest, I'm okay with that. I just think that, and I know you said cleanup. I'm not going to say what the specifics need to be, but to me, long-term infrastructure upgrade would probably be the best use of those funds. That's just my opinion. But again, I wasn't intending to take away from anything. I think our businesses need all the help they can get. If we can give them a new splash of paint and make them more attractive and create more sales tax revenue in the long run for the county, I'm all for that. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't leave any money on the table, and there's a great need. And so again, appreciate you putting that together as quickly as possible, and looking forward to what you bring back if there's support from the board for that.
Not seeing any further. Supervisor Owen, do you have comments?
All right.
Okay. Then at this point, we'll go ahead and open it to public comment. I'm going to start with Zoom. Online this time, Johanna, is there anyone? No hands? Move to the room. Are there anyone present that wishes to speak? Not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board for any final comment or ready to take action. Supervisor Owen has comment.
You know what? Let me see. The Clear Lake sewer issues, I think, are at the forefront for me personally. That's really needs to be addressed. So I'm going to prioritize that.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
And from what I understand, we would just be continuing this public hearing until date certain? Or are we approving what's in front of us now and then more of the resolution for the remaining funds later?
We would just be continuing it. So with the application, we need a resolution that specifies what we would be applying for. So we would come back in February with an updated resolution that also has the Clear Lake project in it.
Is there a date certain for that? Okay.
And while we're checking, let me bring it back to the board to see where the consensus is.
Yeah.
We have consensus for that, to continue it and bring it back to a date and time certain.
Yes, but we would have to do another public notice process because, see, we're changing the content of what we're, so that's why we want to kind of get at this as soon as possible to make a determination if it's something we should do, and then,
So Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
No, I would recommend doing it later in February. That'll give enough time to actually do the calculations and get the noticing out in proper time.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a question so that we don't get to the same situation again where now we're changing the resolution. We're going to have to spend more money to be able to do the notification process and all that. I know from the email communication I had with Mr. Rickelman that it was put out to our department heads and that this was the, to give ideas for what projects. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
Okay. If we end up leaving money on the table, I'm just very much against that. I would like to have some form of process to then come to the Board of Supervisors saying, hey, we're about to leave $2 million on the table. What projects or what ideas would you like to bring that fits within the CDBG project? Because to me, that's just unacceptable to leave that kind of money behind if it's going to be helping us move forward and make progress in our communities. So just for the future case, so that we don't have to cancel a resolution, redo a public hearing, and all of that, I would like to introduce that to us if there's nothing that has fulfilled the full amount, so that then we can maybe work through the CAO, and then something can come to that in full fruition.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have reached out to departments with previous NOFAs, so I'm glad special districts did, at this point, step forward with something. They also, special districts has a larger project they're looking at for the FY26 CDBG NOFA, and for FY26 and 27, HCD, the state department that administrates the program in California, they are not doing economic development and housing programs. That's due to some jurisdictions not expending awarded funds. So even more so, but they have a pretty large project, and so we should be good for that.
All right, so I believe we have consensus that this will be continued. County Council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this being a public hearing, the recommendation would be for the board to for a motion to continue this to a date and time certain with the date and time identified.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm confused. I feel like the opposite, because if we do a date certain and continue the hearing, then that means we're continuing the resolution. I thought we were killing this, doing the new resolution, putting it back out for public notification with all the new information, and then we come back here. Am I correct that we're just saying pass and moving on?
So staff can clarify if the item is actually being withdrawn at this point as opposed to being continued.
It's being withdrawn because we'll need a new resolution.
So we can operate with the consensus, or you still want?
Well, with the item being withdrawn, no action needs to be taken at this point.
All right. So we'll go ahead and conclude, and we'll see you back at a later date.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call our 6.11 item. I'm going to read it. It's our 11:30 item, public hearing continued from December 9th, 2025. Consideration of an ordinance amending the purchasing ordinance, that is Article 10 of Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code, to clarify powers and duties, additional exemptions from competitive bidding, and include increased purchasing limits for public projects. And I have a request from our administrative office that this item would be request to be continued to a future date or pulled. Go ahead.
It'll be withdrawn and renoticed to a
Okay.
future date and time to be determined.
Okay, so the request is be withdrawn, and the board is good with that, I believe? Yes, so we're going to withdraw that item. And do we have, before we move on that, is there any public comment in the room on our withdrawing of this item? Not seeing any. Are there any hands on Zoom? No hands. Not seeing any public comment either way. I'm going to go ahead and close that item. Next, I'm going to move on to our 6.12 item, our 1 p.m. item, which is consideration of the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $663,489.75 from tax defaulted land sale number 162 held May 31st, 2024 per R&T is at the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 4675. We have our tax collector and our assistant tax collector here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you for presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. So as you stated, so today we bring the item to do the distribution of excess proceeds from tax sale 162, which we conducted May 31st of 24. To give a little bit of background, so anytime there's excess proceeds from the sales of our tax sales for the auction, we notify interested parties. We send out claim forms, and these claim forms have to be submitted to our office no later than 1 year after the tax sale deeds are recorded. As stated, we are wanting to get approval to distribute approximately $633,000 in excess proceeds for this round. There was 34 claims that were filed in the amount of $435,000. 26,000 went unclaimed. Approximately 1,800 were under $150, so there's no excess proceeds on that. And then there's a remaining unclaimed balance of approximately 200,000. So if everything is approved as we have determined, general fund would be receiving approximately 228,000 of the excess proceeds from this sale. We did have one item that we added, item 8. We did include the claim forms for this item because the parties did reach out to our office and they were contesting our determination. The determination that we concluded for this item, there was 3 claims that were filed. They were children of the previous owner. So we have determined that each claimant is entitled to 33.33% of those excess proceeds.
Anything further from Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, I would just add that before, well, I was going to say, I don't know how you want to handle this, Mr. Chair. I was going to provide additional detail on that claim we believe is going to be contested. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I just wanted to highlight a few of the aspects of this claim that I think are important for your board to be aware of. There are conflicting claims between these siblings. We have had discussions with all of them at this point, and I think each of them is coming at it from a different perspective, but we are really limited to the facts that we have at hand and the materials that we can validate. We have been made aware of statements that were made by the deceased, of a purported will that was drafted by the deceased or done on her behalf. But for us, there was no probate case. Nothing ever went to court on this. We don't have any sort of findings or orders to go off of. So at least at this time, in the absence of some sort of documentation like that, we would not change our determination. So that's just the point that we wanted to communicate, because I'm aware that parties may speak and may be wishing to offer additional documentation, in that unless there is something like that out there, there is not anything that would change our current recommendation.
Thank you. Before I check in on any of those claimants, are there any questions from the board to our tax collector staff? No? Okay, so at this point, I want to first state that this is not a public hearing. This is a determination by the tax collector's office coming to us for final review, is the way I'm understanding it. But we are going to check in with any claimants for any of these that are here. And if they have comments or statements they want to make, we're going to allow some comments to be made. However, because it's not a public statement, we're not going to be, or a public hearing, we're not going to swear anybody in. So having that in mind, if we have claimants here, could you please state that you're here to speak on this item? Okay, and do we have anyone online, Johanna?
If you're in Zoom and you want to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom.
These parties did advise us that they intended to appear remotely. We provided the agenda link for that.
Okay, and you're not seeing anyone at this point? Okay, so those that are here in the room, go back to the room. We do have your claims. We've read all that. How many minutes do you believe it would take to provide any additional information for us? 3 minutes? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give 3 minutes to claimants to speak on this before it comes back and opens for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Larson, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all of you, Chair and board and staff. My name is Elizabeth Larson. I am the daughter-in-law of Sophie Jensen, the wife of her son and heir, John Jensen. Mrs. Jensen's former property is part of today's agenda item regarding the distribution of excess proceeds from a tax sale. I am speaking today because Mrs. Jensen's daughters have contested the Treasurer Tax Collector's recommendation to distribute the proceeds equally among the heirs as provided under California probate law. This matter is legally narrow, and I want to keep my comments focused on that narrow issue. Mrs. Jensen died in July of 2012 intestate. No valid will has ever been produced. Under California law, when a person dies without a legally sufficient will, their estate is divided equally among the heirs. The document being relied upon by Lisa and Pia Jensen, which I believe is in the exhibits, does not meet the statutory requirements for a valid typed will in California. It lacks the decedent's signature and the signatures of 2 witnesses. As such, it has no legal effect. If a valid will had existed, it would have been admitted to probate. That never happened, not in 1 year, not in 5 years, and not in nearly 14 years. Instead of going through probate, which is the proper legal process designed to resolve exactly these types of disputes, the estate was never administered according to the requirements of probate law. That failure does not create rights that do not exist, and it does not transform an invalid document into a valid one. I would also note that I recently became aware of a petition for a small estate affidavit filed in 2019. Neither my husband nor I were notified of this filing. The use of a small estate affidavit, particularly without notice to all heirs, does not substitute for probate, does not establish the validity of a will, and does not resolve competing inheritance claims. Rather, it further illustrates why this matter should have been addressed through formal probate proceedings. The disputing parties have already been given additional time, months beyond the original deadlines, to produce legally sufficient evidence, and they have not done so. Further delay does not serve justice, fairness, or efficiency. Importantly, resolving inheritance disputes and determining the validity of testamentary documents is the role of the Superior Court through probate proceedings, not the treasurer tax collector and not this board acting administratively. Proceeding as though an invalid document carries legal weight places the county in the position of deciding matters beyond its proper jurisdiction. I respectfully ask the board to follow the law, decline to give effect to an invalid document, and either distribute the excess proceeds according to intestate succession or refer the matter to the Superior Court and the public administrator for formal probate handling. This matter has been unresolved for nearly 14 years. The record is complete, the law is clear, all parties deserve closure. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, any other claimants in the room or not seeing any for any of these items on here? Anybody else online? Not seeing any, then I'm going to go ahead and move to general public comment. Is there any members of the public that are not claimants that wish to speak on this? No hands. Not seeing anyone in the room. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any further questions or discussions prior to action. And we have Supervisor Sabatier.
So I don't disagree, at least logically from what I'm hearing. I'm hoping that we can ask County Council to kind of give us guidance on the law regarding this as far as splitting it up. Again, it makes sense to me, but I also want to make sure, because I know that we do have a tax collector who has studied law and has practiced law, but I want to make sure that our County Council is able to speak on this.
County Council, can you address that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your board's decision-making authority on this item, on this issue, is based on Revenue and Taxation Code 4675D, which states that the claims, these excess proceeds claims, shall contain any information and proof deemed necessary by the Board of Supervisors to establish the claimant's rights to all or any portion of the excess proceeds. That is the provision that your board is under authority to act upon as coming from the recommendation from Treasurer Tax Collector staff.
Thank you. And go ahead.
I was speaking more specifically about the three claimants that we have and some of the comments that were made specifically about the if there's no will, if there's no probate court that has made a decision, that it gets split three-way. That was the specific request for review from you.
I mean, your board can give it the weight that your board deems that it's that would be appropriate for your board. Up to your board, that would be up to your board's discretion. But this is outside of probate proceedings. We're working under the auspices of Revenue and Taxation Code 4675, which is, relatively speaking, open-ended as far as what your board is in its discretion entitled to receive and assess and give its proper weight when it comes to any proof or information that's submitted to your board. Now, that has been provided to your board by the Treasurer Tax Collector as it was uploaded in Granicus, and your board is certainly entitled to give it its proper weight. What's before your board what's also before your board is a recommendation by the Treasurer Tax Collector to split it three ways as it relates to this claims based on his assessment and review of the documents that were provided to him.
Did you want to make a statement? I
was just going to add that the process we followed is in alignment with the guidance we receive from the state controller and the trainings that come of our state association. It is these code sections that are looked to help guide our decision. But otherwise, yeah, I would entirely agree with what County Council has said. But I just wanted to clarify that this is in alignment with the guidance that we receive.
And I'll just state that I extensively looked into this. I had multiple discussions with both Mr. Sullivan and County Council, and really the only thing in front of us is the tax collector's bringing us a recommendation for a determination. And I have seen no information provided I've reviewed what's been provided that indicates that we should deviate in any other way. So that's where I'm at. Supervisor Sabatier.
I appreciate that. I just have one question, just to make sure, because all I see is 3. That's it. There's no other siblings whatsoever. And just so everybody knows, I'm getting a no response with a head.
There's a half sibling who is not her son.
My brother wants out of this.
So he's not involved, just the 3 natural.
That made it very complicated. I'm going to ignore that at this moment in time. Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'd be ready for action.
Is it me?
It's in your district.
Well, I hear that we have the, the recommendation. Is there anything that gives us a chance to look at this further to?
So if your board chose to continue it to request additional information from any of these claimants, there is another consequence that may be important to be aware of. I think all parties have expressed that they wanted this resolved as quickly as possible. There's a 90-day waiting period once your board makes its final decision. So from whatever date your board does this, you do have the option of pulling these claims out and deciding on the rest, but it does delay the ultimate distribution. But yeah, certainly if you want to pull them and look into them more and develop additional information.
That doesn't hurt the full.
It just delays the distribution for the parties. It's unfortunate they're not here. I think it's fair for me to express they've definitely wanted this distributed as quickly as possible. They have contacted us consistently to express that. So for whatever that's worth.
All right. I'm fine with pulling that.
Uruguay?
I'm gonna see if that even has an international number in Uruguay. Let's see. I don't know.
So sorry, I missed your.
Oh, I'm fine with pulling those 3 if it's okay, if we can do that, or that situation.
So you're wanting, just so I understand, are you requesting to pull the one that's being
Yes.
disputed and approve the rest of the
Yes, like Mr.
agenda
Sullivan
and
had
then
said.
bring that one back?
You said that that's something we can do?
It's permissible as far as I understand, but I guess I'd be wondering, as far as we know, they have no additional documentation to provide. We have spoken with them, so if we pull it, I'm just not sure what we're intended to do during that time.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just ready to move forward with approving the recommendations of Mr. Sullivan for the distribution. Thank you. I'm ready to move forward with the recommendations of the distribution to all 3 parties, along with the other distributions for tax default lands sales.
And at this point, I'm not in favor of doing anything other than following the recommendation of the tax collector. These folks were all aware and had the opportunity to get online. I don't know if there was a problem, but Johanna, you can confirm we received no notification from any claimant that there was technical difficulties or anything?
Uruguay doesn't have an international Zoom number, but they have a toll-free dial line that they could have done. And I don't see them.
And they had the date and time.
Yeah, there's an original notice provided, and then last week we were contacted because one of them expressed they were having difficulty with access due to being out of the country. So we provided a link directly to the agenda from which they could log into that would not be impacted by the county's firewall. So we did provide that. So we haven't been made aware of any issue.
All right, well, we have a couple of different requests here. So Supervisor Owen?
I was just going to say it's been going on since 2012, and with them not providing any solid documentation to say anything other than what you have down here, which is the 3-way split, I don't see what further information they could be bringing forward that would change our minds legally.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I think that we have the information that we need. But I don't know if IT was involved, because I know that internationally you can't access our website for things like that. So I don't know if this was a specially created link so that they can get through that, as you said, through the firewall, or if that is one of the things that is holding it back. Because I've tried looking stuff up or paying certain bills when I'm international, when I'm moving around, and it's inaccessible. And I've had that conversation with IT, and it's for protection purposes, which is good. So that could be a reason. But again, if this is the date and time, then you maybe request to see if it's going to work earlier than just right now on the spot. You make time to be here. You make it work. You figure it out. And so I think that they were given a chance. They weren't able to figure it out. That's not on us. And we have the information in front of us to be able to make a final decision so that everybody can move forward from this last tax sale and all these other things that they're dealing with.
And because our purview as the board is narrow, we're not the decider on any estates or probate or anything like that. And I feel like the information was submitted to us, the claimants that wanted to say whatever they said. We've reviewed it. It's been in our packet, so I'm in favor of moving forward. But it's in front of the board for action or no action.
I'm going to make a motion that we accept the recommendations.
So we have a motion to accept the recommendation of the tax collector. Supervisor Pyska, do you want to make a comment?
Well, I just have a question because it's Supervisor Crandall's district, and he was saying something before this motion came up.
Oh, sorry.
And I don't know what the concern is.
No, well, it's not just my district.
But you were, what?
This isn't just for my district, is it?
Well, oh, no.
Right.
No.
It's a, okay.
So
But
if
you were, okay. But you
if she
were,
makes the motion.
okay.
yeah.
I thought you were trying to say something.
No, you asked me something, so I was responding.
Oh, okay.
Lloyd?
Right, so Mr. County Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the motion that's before your board, as stated by Supervisor Owen, just wanted to clarify that further, that it would be a motion to approve the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $663,489.75 from tax defaulted land sale number 162 held on May 31, 2024, pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 4675. Typically, that's the language of the motion that would approve the excess proceeds distribution as it's reflected on that document that was provided by the Treasurer's Tax Collector.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd, and so offered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We're going to move on to our 115 item, which is consideration of a resolution to authorize the California Statewide Communities Development Authority to establish a community facilities district for the Gwinnett development. And we have our Deputy Administrative Officer of Economic Development here, Mr. Ben Rickelman. I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to you.
Thank you.
Need to share this.
Okay. Chair, respectfully, 5-minute break, please.
We're going to be in recess for 5 minutes. I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and we're going to,
Thank you.
at this point, we're going to pause for a while on the 6.13, and we're going to go back to the 6.12 item. It's been brought to the chair's attention and county council's attention that we had a claimant from a different claim within the numerous claims that were on that past item that was in the courthouse just outside the chambers, but I guess didn't know they were able to come in at that point or something like that. I don't have all the details, but so the tax collector has requested to come back to this item, but at this point, because it was done and closed, we would need first of all, a motion from the board to rescind or county council, can you walk me through that again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So upon further review on this, it looks like procedurally, in order to reopen the item itself, which is 6.0, since it's been closed, that a motion to reconsider would have to take place first.
Okay.
And so, staff, I think you've outlined the circumstances surrounding the proposed motion to reconsider. A motion to reconsider can be made by a board member who votes on the same meeting, by a member of the board who votes in the majority on a question. So that could be any one of you because the vote was initially, 5-0. A motion to reconsider shall be in order during the meeting at which the action to be reconsidered took place. So it appears that all of the members that were present at that item are still present. And so I don't know if Treasurer Tax Collector Sullivan has anything to add. For this motion to reconsider, your board would still have to take public comment on the motion to reconsider, and then we'll go to the next step after that.
Right. Mr. Sullivan, do you have any further to offer on the circumstances?
None beyond what was already stated.
Okay, and so just so the public's clear, I'm going to be open this for public comment only to the narrow circumstances of whether we should reopen this item. Do we have anybody in the room that wishes to speak on whether or not the board should consider motioning to reopen? Not seeing anybody in the room, anybody online? No hands. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any discussion, questions, or possible action.
I'd be happy to rescind the, okay, wait.
You're making a motion to rescind?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a motion, or reconsider?
Yes.
Reconsider was the appropriate section.
Just to thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, that would be the motion to reconsider item 6.12, more particularly the action that was taken on item 6.12. That would be the motion.
Okay,
Offer it.
that's your motion.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. So I'm going to turn it over to the tax collector.
Good afternoon. So when Mr. Sanchez, Ronald Sanchez, submitted a claim. This was for parcel 041-191-350. He did submit all the necessary paperwork that was required. He was submitting, stating he was the heir to the previous owner of this property. We denied the claim because the due date for the claim, it had to be in our office by July 23rd, 25, and Mr. Sanchez submitted his claim on 7/25/25.
Okay.
Mr. Sanchez, I believe, is here to speak.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Sullivan, before?
No, just it's our office's practice and understanding that we do not have discretion to accept a claim past the deadline, and so that's why we did it. It's not that we don't judge the circumstances of someone's story. It's just that we don't have the ability to do that as within the authority of our office is our contention.
But the Board of Supervisors does.
That's, in terms of I'm aware the board has some discretion, I would leave that to county council.
Can you confirm that?
That discretion is based on 4675 of the Revenue and Taxation Code, subsection D.
Okay. Do any board members have questions? Looks like Supervisor Owen.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that I think there does need to be a hard line, at least at the front desk or at the front lines when receiving information. But today's the final day. We make a decision here, so tomorrow would be too late. I think he's here. I think he was 2 days late, and I'm okay with saying yes to moving forward and providing him the excess proceeds. He is an heir to a property that we sold. Yes, he was 2 days late, but he is here, and once we're done with our approval process, it will never come back. And so I just think today's an opportunity for that, and I'd be happy to say yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just wanted to mention that this would increase the amount of the claims that we're going to distribute, but this claim specifically would be for $8,073.45.
Okay.
I also want to clarify that even though the claim was received late, our staff did review it, and if it had been timely, we would have awarded these funds. So that's may also be relevant.
Okay. Anything further from supervisors right now? Then I'm going to open it up to that additional claimant. Do you want to speak to us? At this point, you would have 3 minutes to make any statements to the Board of Supervisors. If you wish to, you're going to need to come forward to the microphone and state your name and speak to us.
Okay, I just want you to know that at the time I submitted that late on the 25th, as I was I had the woman that worked in Lower Lake, the legal writer. She was going to turn it in for me, and then she just left, and I don't know where she went. She closed her office, and they didn't tell me, and me seeing a 25 instead of a 23, my eyes aren't so good, and I was crying. So, that's all I can say.
Thank you. And I'm going to call again. Is there anyone else, claimants, either in the room or online, that wish to speak? I'm seeing nothing in the room, and we have no hands online, so I'm going to close that for claimants. Is there anyone in the public with any general public comment, either in the room or online? Seeing none in the room, none online, I'm going to bring it back to the board for any further questions or concerns or possible action. Go ahead, Mr. Sabatier.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in with, I know Ms. Martinez mentioned that it does increase the amount that would be paid out, but the only number that we say is still the same total number, which is total excess proceeds is the $663,000. It's just out of that, more will be provided to the people that have submitted.
That's correct. So basically what's going to happen is the amount that's going to be transferred to the general fund is going to decrease by this $8,000.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I want to check in with County Council. With the reopening, we can still consider all the other comments and statements made that are still, they can still be in the record from the previous hearing of this earlier in the day.
Yes, so just for clarification for Treasurer Tax Collector staff, the document that was uploaded as the spreadsheet entitled Excess Proceeds TDLS number 162, and at the bottom of that header it would say Final Claim Date July 23, 2025. Does that include the $8,000 plus amount that's that the board is looking to incorporate? This point as
Correct.
part
So
of
the total amount of the excess proceeds does not change. It's just going to be what gets transferred. The unclaimed remaining balance to the general fund is what's going to be reduced by the $8,073.45.
And if I may, Chair, Ronald Sanchez is at the very bottom of page 2, underneath line number 26.
26.
And it does say that he had submitted his claim 2 days late, and it does have the $8,073.45. So he is on the list.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. And so that list does indicate on the furthest column, as far as the entitlement, that it was denied, claimant filed after the final date, so that would need to be revised, I would imagine. So just as a matter of procedure, your board, as the next step, would be to rescind the action, the previous action that was taken under item 6.12. And the reason behind that is because the action as approved actually essentially approved this spreadsheet right here. Now that your board is looking to make amendments to it, then that would be the third step after the rescission. And so for your board's consideration, the action to rescind, the motion language to rescind would be would be to move to rescind the action that was taken, the previous action that was taken on item 6.12.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next motion then for your board's consideration would be to approve the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $663,489.75 from tax defaulted land sale number 162, held on May 31, 2024, pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 4675, with the amendments as discussed by your board today in relation to line item number 26 with under claimant Ronald Sanchez.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. So I believe that concludes this item. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on this. And we're going to go ahead and reopen our 6.13 item. And I'm not going to read that title again.
Patrick.
Thank you. Glad you made it. That dude just got $1,000.
I don't know if this is going to work, because this would have been from the previous time.
If it helps, I have no questions.
Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here for consideration of a resolution that would authorize the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, JPA, the county is part of, to form a community facility district for the Gwinnett mixed-use development. Here in the chamber, we have Principal Consultant Lou Feldman, and then Kevin Case, who is a developer with the project. We also have on Zoom James Hamill, who works for CSCDA, and then also Brian Forbath, who is the bond counsel. Back on November 18, 2025, we did a workshop to go over what are community facility districts and how the process at a high level would work with Gwinnett. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lou to give a presentation where we stand and what would be potential next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Rickelman. Honorable Supervisors, my name is Lou Feldman, and I represent the developer of the Gwinnett Valley mixed-use development, and primarily in a financial capacity. I'm a lawyer, don't make fun of me, but I've done this for a while. I think I mentioned that the last time I was here. The simple request we have today is to have this resolution that's in front of you passed, and it will allow the California Statewide Communities Development Authority to start the proceedings to create the infrastructure financing district that we've asked you to help us with. I hope that the last meeting was helpful. If we can go to the next slide, Ben. This was what I just said, so let's go to the next one. Thank you. On the team, I want to just reiterate that it's a very, very good team. I've known some of these people for more than 30 years, and they're very experienced. James is the managing director of California Statewide, and he's done many, many community facilities districts, and he's on the phone, and he can answer any questions that you have. Hilltop Securities, they're not represented here. They will be the bond underwriter. They will buy the bonds on behalf of the investors, distribute that to investors, and get the proceeds over to the developer to build the infrastructure. Brian, who's also on the line, Brian Forbath, is a very experienced, probably the top CFD lawyer in the state now, and he can answer many, many questions, and you can ask him what the weather's going to be, and he'll give you an opinion. He's a lawyer. The Goodwin Consulting is also not represented. They will be the people who put together the tax formula that's going to cover the property. And that will allow for special taxation to be collected just on that property, and that'll be leveraged into the bonds. As it's collected each year, it'll service debt. And then we have an independent trustee who holds all the money. This isn't something that's held by a governmental entity, CSCDA. It goes with whoever you're comfortable with as a city. They'll work with that trustee. Next slide, please. As Mr. Ruckelman said, we had the Board of Supervisors workshop. We talked about this generally. We raised some issues. Next slide, please. And then we, following up on that, there were very good comments made. I think there were 9 or 10 issues that were raised by the acting Public Works Director, and we took time to go through each of those issues. And I would welcome the opinion of the Public Works Director to ensure that we are in alignment. I'm not misrepresenting things, but we had a very good technical discussion. We talked about the infrastructure standards. We talked about maintenance responsibilities. We talked about how we validate costs and how that process works. And we talked about how this must have fiscal neutrality with respect to the county. It needs to be accretive or neutral so that you don't come out of pocket for anything. Next slide, please. And then we were able to speak with the county council and Mr. Rickelman to discuss the legal issues that were in the resolution and the agreement that was attached. They're form agreements. They still have yet to be negotiated in full, but they're substantially in final form, I would say. It's not your last bite at the apple. We don't have to, we can keep it flexible until later on in the process, and at some point it does get fixed. We talked about legal authority, the liability protections that were present. We made changes to the indemnification provisions. We talked about conveyance mechanics, how you recover administrative costs, and then legal consistency with customary features in the market. Next slide, please. So today, we're requesting the CFD formation authorization be given to CSCDA. They'll do all the hard work. You'll still have discretion over the financing and agreements. there'll be an adoption of CFD goals and policies, which is a standard thing, but you have to have them under law. And then we hope that there will be direction to continue working with staff and CSCDA to bring this financing forward, bring the district formation forward and the financing forward. Lotus Land has put up a deposit to CSCDA for the services of bond counsel and the special tax consultant, so we're ready to rumble right now. So if you have any, next please. I want to acknowledge the help that we've had from Lars. That's my picture of Lars. And Lloyd. That's the best I could do with Lloyd. I think it looks like him. And then, of course, Ben Reckelman. And I do want to say we really appreciate, they've been active, they've been responsive, and been really pleasant, just like everybody in the county. So thank you very, very much. And if you have any questions, fire away.
Okay, is there any further part of the presentation, Mr. Rickelman, before we?
No, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board to see if any board members have questions. Supervisor Sabatier.
I guess I attempted to make this easy. I would love to hear from Lars because I think he had some great points. So just a brief statement would be great. I do see there's an indemnification of clause in the resolution of it's on section 12, I believe, to indemnify the authority. I don't see anything that indemnifies us, even though we're the ones making the approval process. I remember the conversation that we're absolutely not like in it, but we still have to give the approval. Is that kind of a state statute that we're kind of removed, therefore indemnified already by the process that exists? That's my only question. Is I see we're saying you're good, but I'm not seeing in writing that we're good.
Okay. Brian, would you like to address that? Brian's bond counsel to CSCDA, and he wrote the resolution and knows a whole heck of a lot about it. So give us a response to that, Brian.
Yeah, the indemnification to the county is set forth in section 3.01 of the acquisition agreement that's attached as the form here that will be coming from the developer. So the developer will be indemnifying the county for basically everything under the sun in connection with the CFD. I don't know if that answers your question.
That is great. That is good enough. Thank you. Yeah. I just needed to hear it.
Yeah.
Mr. Yang.
Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director and Public Services Director. Appreciate the picture, I think. I'm not sure how to take that, but most of my questions that I stated a few months ago were kind of CFD 101 type of questions, a lack of familiarity on my part, and I would suggest probably on most people in Lake County. So it's really just becoming familiar with it. I had a very good meeting with the staff, most of whom are on here. I would offer that the presentation they gave, it's a very shortened PowerPoint that answers those questions and may be helpful for your board to review those, review that if you so choose. Nothing that I think is necessary to bring up here, but they did answer the majority of my questions, which really boiled down to liability. What is the county going to be receiving at the end of this? What is built? Will it be built to standards, and maintenance? What are we going to be responsible for? And so what you just referenced in the section in the acquisition agreement, not the resolution, but the ultimate acquisition agreement, really references and goes to your point that we have the opportunity and will be. I am the one up here that is not a lawyer, so I'm not going to say that we won't have any liability, but it gives me a sense of confidence that it would be built to our standards that we review. We would be reimbursed for our time doing the review, and then what is ultimately built, there's a funding mechanism to handle the maintenance. So I will comment that that's on the public works and public services side of things. There is infrastructure that extends beyond those departments. There's water, there's wastewater, there's I believe a conservation easement, which may not necessarily be infrastructure, but fire protection. There's some facilities there. So other department heads may want to be involved, and external organizations outside of the county, fire district. districts and such, but just, not that I represent them, but I think they would likely have the same concerns, and it seemed like most of those for me were answered. So happy to talk with any of them or you as you so choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ewing.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Not seeing any. Is there any one in the room that wishes to comment on this item? Not seeing any. Anybody online, Johanna? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
I'd like to bring forward the consideration. Do I do it? Offer the resolution to authorize the California Statewide Community Development Authority to establish a community facility direct for the Gwinnett development.
The resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen,
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye. That concludes that item. Thank you for coming today. And we're going to move on to our 6.14. It's a 1:30 item. Consideration of proposed findings of fact and decision in the appeal of Maria Khan and Associates, PL-25-198. And our county counsel is going to introduce this item. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tabano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So pursuant to your board's direction, coming out of the hearing that took place on this appeal that occurred on December 9, 2025, my office has prepared the attached findings of fact and decision, and just for your board's reference, on that date, December 9, 2025, your board determined by a vote of 3-2 to deny the appeal. So what's before your board today is the findings of fact that came out of that hearing pursuant to board direction. And if it is acceptable to your board, there's two motions. A move to approve the findings of fact and decision and authorize the chair to sign. And then the second motion is to deny the appeal.
Thank you, County Counsel. Do we have any, looks like a question from Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick check. I know it says here that there was testimonies from Maria Khan and Thomas Lasik. I thought that Margot Kimbara was also sitting at the front table, if I remember that appeal correctly. Wondering why her name's not there. And then also it says staff report from Mireya Turner and Max Stockton. I thought Michelle Ires, I hope I didn't butcher that last name, was also at the table. Am I mistaken on that?
I believe that's correct.
So I'd like to get those names if we're providing who provided testimony. That was kind of the group effort, and like to identify the group.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Supervisor Sabatier. So the provisions, I think it was Section 7 and Section 8. Maybe not Section 8, or yeah,
Yes.
Section S.
Yes.
So it's in reference to Sections 7 and 8. They do make specific reference. They specifically referred to these individuals providing testimony. That includes them. It says including, so there may have been more who testified. But we could certainly include them. I believe Michelle Ires did provide some information, verbal information, while she was seated there. And if I recall correctly, Ms. Kambara provided information, testimony. She was sworn in at the podium. But certainly we can include that. And as a matter of fact, it's good that you brought that up, because I forgot one thing. On Section 7, page 2, around line 20 of the draft document, the last name of Mr. Thomas Lasik should be corrected to be spelled out as Lajcik. So for your board's consideration, could be approved. The findings of fact can be approved as amended with the amendments, with the amendments outlined here.
Good catch.
Okay.
I was like, Sabatier, close enough. It's
Any other questions or comments from board members? Not seeing any, I'm going to open it up to the public. Do we have anybody in the room? It looks like we do. If you could state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara. I'll be reading a public comment that I have sent to your board with an attachment. Chair Rasmussen and Supervisors, we, Thomas Lasik and I, have 2 comments on this subject. First, we oppose the denial of the appeal and adoption of these findings. And 2, we, as asserted during the appeal hearing, we assert the county's environmental review of the project and its adoption of these findings violates CEQA. The attached file is part of our public comment on this subject. Thank you for your attention, and I have asked Ms. DeLong in my email to please ensure that this comment and the attachment are part of the public record. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Not seeing anyone online, Johanna? Yes, who? Maria, we're going to unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes, but state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name's Maria Khan. I'm the appellant, and I'd like the record to show that I dispute the findings of fact for Appeal PL 25-198. The facts contained within my appeal disprove the following findings, as well as most of it. I don't have time to go through the entire finding document, but finding 9AI, extensive grading occurred at least 1 year before any grading permit was issued, as demonstrated by aerial imagery in the record showing broad land disturbance, vegetation removal, and site recontouring inconsistent with simple grading. The only permit referenced, GR 2212, was issued under Lake County Code 30-20, which is simple grading, which by definition cannot clear more than 1 acre of vegetation or disturb more than 50 cubic yards of material. The scale and pattern of disturbance visible in the aerial record exceed those thresholds and match the project site plans, confirming the work was project-related infrastructure, not fire break maintenance. Despite repeated PRA requests, no grading inspection report was produced, calling into question the county's claim that inspections confirmed compliance. Because the grading aligns with cultivation layout and infrastructure, it required a complex grading permit and could not lawfully occur prior to issuance of the use permit, rendering finding 9AI unsupported by substantial evidence. Lake County Code 30-17, 30-20, CEQA Guidelines 15125, 15168, and moving on to finding 9BI, 4290 applies to all roads relied upon for emergency access or evacuation, not just interior project roads. A project cannot rely on substantial access and disclaim responsibility. 14 CCR 4290A, CEQA Guidelines 15126.2A, 15126.2D, 15364. County ownership or public status does not exempt a road from CEQA fire safety analysis. CEQA Guidelines 15126.2A, 15126.2D. Legal access or a prescriptive right-of-way does not establish fire safe adequacy or compliance. PCR 4290, 4291, 14 CCR 4290 to 4299. I'm just going to move forward. The findings for 9B1 apply the wrong legal test and fails to address whether the project can be safely served under state fire law. Finding 9CI, CEQA review, the finding claims CEQA compliance despite the fact that grading impacts, access constraints, and prior land disturbance were not accurately described in the environmental baseline. The grading work that was done before permits destroyed the baseline and destabilized the project. Trenching and infrastructure work were treated as ministerial or incidental when in fact they are integral components.
You're going to have to wrap up, Maria.
Yes, sir, I'm almost done. They were integral components of the cultivation product requiring discretionary approval.
Okay, thank you.
Substantial evidence.
Thank you. That's the 3 minutes. We're going to wrap up. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Do we have anybody else online? We have Brad Johnson. If you can go ahead and we're going to unmute you, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Certainly, yes. Brad Johnson with Everview Law, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Kurt and Bobby Barkel. I just wanted to reiterate that we've heard nothing or seen anything, nothing new from the appellants today that would change the appropriateness and the correctness of the board's decision on December 9. There's absolutely no substantial evidence in the record that would support a fair argument that the project has the possibility of resulting in a significant impact to the environment. As to the rest of the county provisions and standards that we just heard recited, the county was well within its discretion to make the decisions it did, and those decisions are well supported by the record, including the staff reports that were prepared for the planning commission and the board. So with that said, the applicant respectfully requests that the board adopt the findings of fact and decision that have been presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Johanna, do we have anybody else? Seeing no further public comment, I'm going to close that and bring it back to the board for any final questions or action. It looks like we do. From Supervisor Sabatier, we have a question.
Yeah, I hope that we can make that amendment on the findings that were talked about earlier with the names, but just wanted to at least put on record that I will not be voting in the affirmative on this findings, simply that we had our planning commission attorney here who spoke about the scenic corridor, that there is no 500-foot setback in the scenic corridor ordinance, that there is not a 500-foot setback in the area plan speaking about the scenic corridor, and that applying a setback without providing us evidence that it will not interfere with the view shed, which is what the scenic corridor is all about, I don't feel fulfills 11A, which is that we are abiding by our zoning ordinance. So I just wanted to put that in on the record, and today I will be not approving this findings. No, the findings are good, but I'm not going to be approving the final for this project.
And let me check in. Was there any further comment from board members about the modification with the names? No? So that, I think, I'm okay with that portion of it. With that, I'd be ready to hear a possible action.
I will move to approve the findings of fact and decision and authorize the chair to sign.
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
I move to deny the appeal.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 3-2, and that will conclude that item. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to our 2 p.m. item, 6:15 on the agenda, and that's a presentation of update on Community Development Department loan repayment plan, and that's going to involve staff from our Community Development and our administrative office. It looks like we have Director Turner, Deputy Director Shannon Walker-Smith, and Administrative Officer Casey Marino. And who is going to start this item?
I will.
We'll turn it
Mireya
over to you
Turner.
to start that.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. On December 9th, when this topic was last before the board requested a number of deliverables that we have been working on diligently with the administrative office. Our meetings have been productive, and we are moving forward on achieving a number of those deliverables. One thing I didn't take into consideration, though, on December 9th was when the board was suggesting to come back today in mid-January, as well as making sure that we posted all of the materials for the public to access as well for our update. I didn't take into consideration the week of closed office for the holidays at the end, as well as our 2-week timeline for getting our agenda items in. And so what I'm hoping the board will accept today is an update on our progress that we have made so far, with a request to come back with a more thorough or final update on February 10th, at which point we can meet those agenda timelines for making sure that all of the supporting materials will be accessible on the agenda. And so we will continue with today's update. I will hand it over to the administrative office. Additionally, just so you know, one of the deliverables requested by the board was for county council to speak to the white paper that was mentioned on December 9th, and they are prepared to do so as well. And that was also included in the staff report. So I will turn it over to Casey. I will turn it over to Shannon. Great. Oh, one last detail. Community development started with the data, handed it to admin. Admin fleshed out their stuff, and by the posting of the agenda, the slides that mostly pertain to the administrative office's update got posted with the agenda, but CDDs needed some last-minute touches. So we do have that PowerPoint, have forwarded it to Johanna, and we'll sort of be tag teaming on our presentation as far as slides go. Handing it over to Deputy Administrator Shannon Walker-Smith.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity for this update. CDD will be presenting on a couple of your requested items today. One is the review of the presentation we made on the 9th and kind of where that data came from. There was a question about that. What's that? Okay. We're going to do an update on where we're at with our mid-year budgets because that is informing a lot of our decisions, we're also asking for some direction based on the mid-year budgets as we've been able to draft them with admin's help and support. And we'll also be talking about some of the unfunded activities that exist in each division. And as we look at fee analysis, some findings on that in a way that we're hoping to go forward to look at fees that would include some of those costs. And then we'll talk about our next steps, in particular what we plan to present on February 10th, should your board invite us to do so. So this first slide talks about the process that our accountant went through to get the data that was presented on December 9th. So he ran reports in Naviline, inputted the report information into spreadsheets, and then used those spreadsheets to graph the data that was on the presentation slides. And if you'll go to the next slide, Johanna, or I do it. Great. All of the data referenced in these next two slides are available, and we can post them as well for the public. So on slide 7, in terms of revenue earned, he outlines running reports on the revenue report for the last month of each fiscal year, and that's where that data came from. Slide 8, building expense allocations, was a detailed budget report. And then on the reserves, he used balance sheet reports for the first month of each fiscal year that shows where we kind of landed at the end of a fiscal year. And on slide 10 was basically a pull-in from all of those other slides. So if there are any further questions about where we accessed that data, we'd be happy to answer that. And then moving forward to an update on mid-year budgets. So we have drafted all of our mid-years, and they've been reviewed by admin. In the building division, we have removed all contributions to planning and code enforcement, including some legitimate expenses that we would like, not that others are illegitimate, but some expenses that we would eventually like to deliver back to this division budget once the budget is in better health, and that includes the building division was paying for a third of Director Turner and I's salaries, and we will reestablish that if the building division gets back into a healthy position. We eliminated the grading and stormwater inspector salary, where that position remains vacant purposefully. That was a contribution to code enforcement that was supporting that inspector position. All contributions to other code enforcement positions previously funded by building have been eliminated, which has included another code enforcement division that is now going to sit vacant We were able to consolidate and move some officers around to be able to eliminate that contribution as well. The building division budget for mid-year does not currently include a payment to the loan in 25-26. We are currently looking at the first payment to be made in the beginning of 26-27, specifically in November, as that is when we took the loan, if your board is open to that. And Casey is going to talk about repayment options. And the building division budget is currently balanced in mid-year. In code enforcement, a significant deficit was created by the removal of the building contributions. And in order to get that building back to balanced, that division budget back to balanced, we've reorganized code enforcement officers and coordinators into positions that are grant or program funded, eliminating all positions supported by building and admin, including the grading and stormwater inspector. We've worked with funders to adjust our grant budgets to account for MOU salary increases. We sure did. And currently, the code enforcement division budget is balanced. In planning, again, a significant deficit was created by the removal of the building contributions. And we had a recent resignation from a senior planner. And so we intend to leave that position vacant in order to help with the deficit in planning. But despite all of our work with admin over the last several weeks, planning remains, the mid-year budget remains with a significant deficit that we have not been able to sort out quite yet, and we will continue to work with admin for short-term solutions. And we will be seeking today some direction from the board on additional strategies, more long-term strategies. After this budget deficit in the building division came to light, our management team had a visioning retreat, and one of the things that we talked about was cost recovery and trying to look at all strategies that we could beef up or new strategies we could employ to help with cost recovery. And what came out of that, many things, but was a list of all of the activities that the department conducts that are not currently cost recoverable. And so we have listed those activities out by division here. I'm not going to read them. You guys can read. So this is the admin team in CDD is not its own division, but there is people across planning and building that act in this administrative capacity, meaning they kind of service the entire department. And these are some of the activities that they spend their time on that there's no cost recovery mechanism for. This is the list for the planning division. This is a significant list of items, tasks, and activities that our planning division works on regularly that there's no cost recovery mechanism for. This is code enforcement's list. This is the building division list. So we're currently looking at ways, as we're looking at fee analysis, which is one of the things that we will have prepped on February 10th, if your board approves, is to bring back a stronger fee analysis than we were able to
We have a question from a supervisor.
So they're not recoverable, but some of these are related to grants, correct?
No. All of the things on these last 4 slides are all things that are not currently funded.
But if we go back.
Yes, some of them are connected to grants, but they're the staff support that is not paid. Like, for example, Lake County 2050, the ARPA funds that were assigned are getting paid for the supporting planning firm, the contractors. But The meetings that we're holding, things like that, where we're integrating staff, is
got
not revenue generating. Also, another example in code on the AVA program management, we do get AVA funds for the activities that take place, but not the administrative support, because we delegate. We want to maximize the expenses to for actually abating those vehicles rather than quoting the administrative support, and we only have a finite amount of funds. So yes, so the examples here where you do see connections to grant activities, we're not talking about that part.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and continue. Or Supervisor.
Yeah, if you could go back one slide. So I guess I kind of get it, but at the same time, I kind of get it, but it's quasi unfunded at this moment. I mean, if there's a cannabis abatement, I would suspect that we're going to be submitting a bill for somebody to pay for that abatement, the property owner. Now, they may not pay, and it may get placed on taxes, but in a way, it is recoverable. It's just not 100% sure that it will be recoverable. Same thing with the, substandard housing abatements. We do the same process. The fines are the time spent, and the fines are separate from the actual abatement. So there's different mechanisms to pay for. So I feel like this is partially quasi. Yes, it may not come because people have a choice to pay or not pay, but there are mechanisms that can eventually get us paid through the processes that are available. And then I saw the AVA program management. I know we've been changing the percentage, and you've been letting us know the time that has been spent from AVA for the financing, which is $20,000 every quarter, I think it is, so $80,000 a year. The 10% was supposed to pay for your staff time and also supposed to pay for the audit that comes out of that every 2 years, and we've adjusted and asked for more payments from the program participants when necessary. Are you telling me that you're not getting funded for that?
The admin percentage for AVA program management mostly goes to support the fiscal staff, but there's a lot of program management activities that take place in setting the agenda, the minutes, all of that, those items that we're putting in far more time that we're not able to recover from the AVA funds.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and as you're aware, the increase in the audit has, been substantial, and we've been very cognizant not to take money out of the pockets of the jurisdictions who are performing the work. So we have kind of shorted ourselves on the time that it takes to administer the program in order to keep the money going to TOES.
Can we have this sent to us, your attachment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So in fee analysis, we're looking, which we will have something back on February 10th, should your board approve us to do so. We are going to be looking for ways to account for some of this, these unrecoverable tasks in the fee analysis that we're looking at. And so CDD is planning on February 10th to bring back some additional information you have requested: analysis of building division fees over the last 10 years, analysis of the Code Enforcement Division cost recovery, including, this is an item that we haven't really talked about, that we have a nuisance abatement fund, also 2604, and when we do collect lien payments or get money returned to us through tax default lien sales, et cetera, our admin time is all on one lien, and so it's been being deposited into 2604, and we need to figure out how much of that money should come back into the Code Enforcement Division budget. But because of the issues with the auditor trying to sort out tax lien payments and what they intend to claw back from overpayment, we are still kind of in the dark about what we can expect that number to be. And when we know that number, we will be able to bring in some funds from 2604 into 2603, and that will help with the Code Enforcement Division. Analysis of the Planning Division cost recovery and how it's going now that we have OpenGov. Analysis of CDD funding structures in similar counties, just for your and the community's information. And a fee analysis for Planning Division that will account for planning time not recovered in current fees, as I suggested on those previous slides. That is what we have for you today, and I'm going to pass it on to Casey Moreno for her presentation.
Were there any further questions while we're waiting for? No? Okay.
AJ, you call me sometime?
Do you know who that is?
I'm not sure.
Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So working with community development on their 3 divisions, their main divisions. We have come up with this. So grant and program funded positions. The building division does not currently have any grant funded positions. The code enforcement division does have 2 in CDBG grant, 2 in the Copter program, which is funded through our cannabis fund, and 3 positions in Prop 64, which is for cannabis. And then for the planning division, there is 1 position that is funded by geothermal, which is the resource planner. So the planning division revenue, as you can see from the dotted line, it's quite a bit higher than the solid line, which is the actual amount brought in, which has not been too much of an issue because they have not been overspending, but their budgeted revenue is quite a bit higher than what is actually brought in. So I did a 10-year analysis on what has been brought in and what has been expended. So the solid green line is what has been expended each year, with the slash line being the actual revenue and the tan block area being the general fund used. So in 1819, there was a slight amount of general fund that was actually returned to the general fund instead of being used. So it did dip down a little bit, and then it dipped down again in 22-23. So looking at that year specifically, the payroll did go up a little bit more than for fiscal year 21-22, but the most significant change was the amount of operating transfers that were being done in that year. Taking out all of those operating transfers, it would have been about $100,000 more than the prior year of 21-22. So those operating transfers really were pulled and came in, which decreased the amount partially on the expenses, but then on the revenue, it increased their revenue. So what ended up happening is that money came back to general fund, and it was about $350,000 because general fund budgets don't have carryover. So it came back to general fund. And then last year, 24-25, there was about $60,000 that was returned to general fund. Other than that, you can see each year they've been using some general fund. We do allow, on this next one, for the budget to be about $500,000, because going back farther than 10 years, that's about the amount that they've used or needed. Some years are higher, some years are lower, but 500 is about the average. So in fiscal year, 22-23, so the revenues came in about $600,000 less, but expenditures were only about $1.5 million less. than what was budgeted. And so what happened was all of the transfers were made, even if they weren't necessarily needed. And some of those transfers are grant reimbursements. Some of them are from the building division, but they were all pulled. 23-24, that spike up is because of the PlaceWorks contract, which is funded by ARPA. Which is why in the following year, 24-25, the dip down because those reimbursements happened in the following fiscal year. So more general fund was used in 23-24, but then it was paid back in 24-25. So it was just the cross of the fiscal years is why that's so dramatic. But taking that out, those transfers, it was a steady increase, but not significant. The building division revenue is pretty steady. It has been increasing over the past 10 years. Budgeted and actual are pretty in line. There are some years where it's a little bit lower, a little bit higher, but that usually does recover. Looking at what was budgeted for 23-24, it was pretty spot on. And then now that we've closed out the books completely for 24-25, we're realizing that it was lower, the actual from the budgeted. Each year, this is just what was received for each of those years. So there was cash available each year, so the department did not feel any of these decreases. Okay, so this is the revenues and expenses for building. So the dotted line is the actual revenue that was received, and we can see that starting in 22-23 to current, it's been decreasing compared to the amount of expenses that have been happening. The bluish kind of bar line is the revenue minus the expenses, which shows that it has gone below zero a few times, but it does usually recover, past 3 years being the exception to that. So I combined code with building because until fiscal year 2021, they were combined. All of the staff were in the building division, and then it was split out. And so you can see that that's kind of when the building expenses started going up because they were paying over to the code enforcement budget. And then code has been increasing until last year it did decrease a little bit at the bottom there. So the transfers for the building division, so in 2021, code split, and so you can see those green bars there, which are split by the salaries and the contribution. And then prior to that, planning was getting a bit for the salary for the director, and starting in 22-23, transfers significantly increased, which also increased the amount of the reserves that were being used. So for the reserves, prior to 17-18, there was no money in the reserve. The last time that there were funds in there was in fiscal year 11-12. So after 21-22, admin had suggested that they start spinning down those reserves because it was getting to be a bit too full. And so that's when those transfers also started happening to the other two divisions. Those started increasing. And so we do suggest that the division has a reserve, but only about 3 months worth of salary. So then that way they can support themselves if the permits start decreasing again. So 3 different options would be a 1-year, 2-year, and a 3-year repay. The 1-year repay, if it's by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, or a full year in November, would be the full $390,000. The only way to make that happen is through staff reduction. Loan 2, or option 2 for the 2-year repay would be either a payment this fiscal year and next, or next and the following, $195,000 a year. So this could be done through staff reduction, but also cost recovery analysis for all staff time. And then option 3 is a 3-year repay at $130,000 each year. through staff reduction, cost recovery, and reorganization analysis. So just the MOU increases that went into effect on July 1st. Building division saw about 63,000, code enforcement at 95,000, and planning 105,000. So altogether, 264,000 was added.
Are those fully loaded?
Fully loaded. And then for the master fee schedule, we've been working together on reevaluating the hourly rate. And so how we're calculating the hourly rate is the direct costs, which are all the planners, plus the overhead, which is all the admin positions, the expenses and direct costs, divided by the billable hours. So we take the hours and take off holiday, vacation, sick leave, time that staff are not here. And then that gives us the hourly rate, which can then be multiplied by the number of hours it is to complete each task, which with OpenGov should make it a lot easier to calculate that. So our staff recommendations would be to reduce staff. And so we looked into MOU 3, 4, and 5. So the initial probationary employees are the first to be laid off, followed by seniority. Talk to other departments to see if they have an opening for a lateral position. Also working on the hourly rate to include the MOU increases and unfunded mandates and projects in the master fee schedule. So include those. Budget creation, we're going to create a more conservative budget, which will expand as revenues increase. And position organization, we're going to look at restructuring positions within the each of the budgets. And that is it.
Any further from staff?
That last slide, the list of options are not listed in our order of preference. Our team is all working at capacity, and we would like to keep all of them, but we recognize that we have to present all options for the board to consider.
Okay. Questions?
So I wanted to express our appreciation to the administrative office team. Casey has been wonderful. Stephen, when he's not dealing with other countywide crises, has also been present and participating in those meetings. And there have been a number of instances where I have realized that I did not know what I did not know. And so Casey's expertise has really helped to fill in some of those gaps. So I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. Two different presentations. Why?
As I explained in the introduction, we were finalizing our slides, but admin was done with theirs just at the last minute when we had to post the agenda. Ours were finished shortly after that. But our accountant was continuing to do work to make sure that the information that we presented you was the latest that we had.
Okay.
It was our original intention to create one synthesized PowerPoint presentation, but timing did not allow us to do that.
Yeah. Appreciate the response. I was expecting a team presentation coming back to us, so that's why I had to ask.
Having two separate PowerPoints is not in any way an indication of a lack of unified effort.
Okay. Can you put up your slide deck, please, Ms. Moreno? I just want to share a couple of concerns. Well, one of them that I noticed, and it's in your, I got a download of all your expenditures for through our auditor controller, and the AVA is inside the building department. There's some sections that show AVA quarterly 10%. I just want to make sure that if we're going to do any kind of movement, let's make sure to move everything out of building that has to do with AVA. I don't know why it's there. Maybe because back in the day, everything was combined, code and building, and it just stayed there. I don't see all that much activity, but it's strange to me to see AVA activity inside the building, and I want to make sure that building is its own building division and it makes sense what's there. If it's toward the latter graphs, it's about the expended, right there, yeah. So this one, we'll hear from county council based on the white paper at one point here, but this one really concerns me in the sense that I don't mind if there's some unfunded mandates out of the building division so that you're looking at the building division as a whole and you're deciding what the cost of the hourly fee for the services will be based on everything that building is supposed to be doing. But to support so many other divisions, when I'm coming in saying I'm building a house and I want to pay for a permit, and we're struggling so hard to build houses, and there's enough funds there available to support code enforcement and planning when all I'm doing is building a house, I'm struggling to swallow that. And I'm trying to figure out, I guess, at what point I should have asked or I should have been told, because we've been talking about the struggle of housing for so long, and yet that's how much housing is already supporting other divisions. Like it doesn't match. If it's so important to build housing, then maybe we should have reduced the price. Because I don't think, in my personal opinion, my colleagues may disagree, that I should be supporting code enforcement because that's for violations, or I shouldn't be supporting the planning department because I'm not building a subdivision, I'm not building a development, I'm just building a house. So I'm struggling with that level of information. So I want to make sure that our duties that are being identified in the expenses and revenues of planning of building is truly just building. Let's make sure to take anything out. I understand of reviewing the fees, but I personally don't want to see these things mixed into it if it's from a completely different division. In my mind, I see it as a completely different department in the sense of I'm building a house, I shouldn't be paying for someone else's whatever their project might be, a strip mall, building a manufacturing development, whatever it is. So those are my two big things. And I guess I'll have to wait further until February to get more information. And I'm looking forward to the context of the white papers as well from County Council.
Supervisor Owen?
I did have very much along the same lines. I had some of the questions. I know that there was an article in Laco News today, and basically they were questioning what else is our building department subsidizing? Are we subsidizing the code enforcement? Are we subsidizing the planning department? And that's what it looks like we're doing. Are we subsidizing the cannabis projects? What else are we subsidizing? And I don't know if you have any breakdowns on how much of it went in other departments, but I feel that it's disturbing to know that we are charging as much as we are to build a house, and it's going into other departments. So it was very much along the same lines as what Supervisor Sabatier had mentioned.
Go ahead.
So in response to the question about just building fees in general and whether or not we would increase or decrease, what you're going to find out on February 10th's presentation, this is a little bit of a preview, is that during that same time that reserves were creeping so high, another action that was taken was a decrease in fees. So both the decrease in fees and the spending of reserves has contributed to the problem. So I don't have it in front of me, of course, because we're prepping this for the next presentation, but...
Is that when we dropped from 3% to 2.6% of construction costs?
Correct. So that also contributed. And so we have not increased fees to support this activity. I'm going to let County Council talk about the legalities of it, but to reflect on Supervisor Owen's comment, subsidies do happen and it's the case that the building division was subsidizing planning and code enforcement activities. There is a breakdown that has been provided between salaries that were being contributed and contributions, which is basically towards operating expense.
And will we be getting those as well?
You have them.
Oh, okay, I didn't see.
Yeah, they've been provided a couple on the 9th and in Ms. Moreno's presentation today as well.
Okay, thank you.
And that in looking at fee analysis studies across neighboring jurisdictions and other formats that jurisdictions are using, typically fee analysis does call out what the subsidy on the expense is for any county fee. And we don't have that here. I think we'll work towards that for our fees, showing what the total cost is and then what is being subsidized by either general fund or some other source. But the subsidies that happened to planning and code divisions were kind of in substitute of subsidies that likely would have occurred from the general fund. So that was a decision that was made back in 22-23, and that we've moved forward with that as kind of the structure until now.
Mr. Carter, did you have a comment?
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. The only thing I wanted to add to that was regarding to subsidizing all the other divisions, not departments, is that code enforcement officers very much should be, not all of them, but at least 1 to 2 should be paid by building. Absolutely. That's part of building and what goes on, as well as 1/3 of admin staff. That absolutely, because it's for the entire CDD department. So there should be some money going to wherever those FTEs are held. That doesn't mean the entire amount should be there, but there is plenty of legitimate and money that should be transferred between the divisions because of what staffing is doing for building. Just
Thank
not
you.
the entire amount.
Thank you. Was there anything further, Director? No?
Well, I have one more follow-up on
I'm going to
that.
go to Supervisor Crandall first.
I just had a quick question. You might have said it. I might have spaced it. With code enforcement, I think it's data ticket. Is that what they still use? Are they? Is there how much in fees have they been collecting?
That's what I was going to ask.
This will be part of the next presentation as well, but we have, in this fiscal year, we have about $500,000 that has been cited, and we've brought in about $13,000 so far. But this will be the first year that we'll also be able to use the feature that Data Ticket has that allows us to put the citations that remain unpaid to the Franchise Tax Board to collect when tax payments are made.
So that's catching up basically now.
Right, well, that will be, yeah, in the spring, we'll hopefully start to see some payments that will come in through Franchise Tax Board action.
Thank you.
And that was your same question?
That was my question. I believe I'd asked it
Okay.
last time as well.
Okay. So
Yeah, and we'll have a lot more detailed information on code enforcement, cost recovery efforts, and where we're at with those at the next presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Pyska.
Yes, and I know it was listed in the non-recoverable, but we do have the zone of benefit too that used a significant amount of staff time that was not recoverable based on everything that we now know about that program. And I know that that was pretty significant in the 2020, 21, 22. I think that there were really significant years for code enforcement using or not being able to recover those funds. And we still have a significant amount of those funds. And I know our HOAs are on standby waiting to hear what the next plan is. And I know we have a director in the room too that's going to be part of that conversation. So I'm hoping that we can come back, we can kind of look at that too. Because as we know, with that program, it costs more than just to abate. Admin fees are significant. And we're seeing that across the board as they relate to grants and as they relate to non-recoverable expenses. So if you could just kind of expand on that a little bit more too in the next presentation, that would be really helpful.
Yes, we are working to schedule another meeting with the interim director of Public Works. He's been a little busy lately, but we will continue to reach out to him for availability as Shannon and I start thinking of the fifth plan, that maybe how we can see the end, the finish up of the benefit assessment zone funds.
Okay, looks like no further questions from the board. I'm going to open it up to the public. And we have somebody approaching. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik, L-A-J-C-I-K. Thanks to the board. I said it last time, I'm going to just repeat it. You know, mistakes this big don't happen by mistake. I have a problem with the problem. I also have a problem with the proposed solutions. My problem with the problem is it seems that every time we have a meeting, it's worse than it was before. In November, we were told, well, it's the building department needs more money, and then you were told it's because of the wages. Then you were told, well, it's seasonal, and then you were told, well, it can be fixed, and by the end of the fiscal year. The next meeting, well, it's not wages, it's not seasonal, it's going on for 3 years, and now we find out it's not just the building department, it's planning, it's code enforcement. And the question, I think, Supervisor Owen, what else is getting subsidized? I know that when we had the conversation about the pause for cannabis, a few of us, including myself, mentioned it looks like this being subsidized. And we said, oh, no, it's not being subsidized. Well, I'm not so sure anymore. I think that all needs to be looked at, and it looks like you're starting to do that. My problem with the solution is, one, is that the unfunded information is not quantified. So how much is each one of these things, PRA requests, et cetera, that's not being discussed. In the Planning Commission hearing, when this was briefly mentioned, it says they had someone that was leaving and they weren't going to replace it because of the cost recovering, but they were going to hire somebody else. So how much of this is we're only seeing one side of the conversation and not the full picture? This is largely a staffing, almost 80-90% or more is labor. And normally when you have bloat, which is what this is, you have to reduce staff. I also, with respect, Supervisor Owen, you didn't ask last meeting, how much was paid. You asked how much was paid for cannabis, and you were told $500,000. And now we're finding out that the $500,000 covers all of the fees, not just cannabis. So you weren't given the answer to what you were asked. And I would also remind this board that the prior year when that was asked, it was near zero. So it is still a non-answered question. So I hope that when you have this meeting next month, you get better quantification, you get real answers, and it focuses on staffing. And I do agree with Mr. Sabatier that you can't be subsidizing building permits the way you are. That's not broken out. That all needs to be measured. This is going to be hard work. It's going to be painful, but it is a staffing issue, bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Seeing none, do we have anybody online, Johanna? Nobody online. I'm going to close public comment. What was that?
We just got one, iPhone 13.
iPhone 13, we're going to unmute you. If you could please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Carla Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farm. And I just wanted to let you guys know that the frontline staff within community development matter. Many of them seem to be capable, and many seem to be committed to public servants who seem to show up every day trying to do their jobs under difficult conditions. This comment is not about punishing staff. It is about leadership, accountability, and direction. What is inexcusable is the pattern of overspending and the mission drift within CDD. The planning department exists to process permits, ensure code compliance, serve the public, not to function as an investigative arm, not to chase social media activity, and not to access criminal background information that lies outside of the role of county planners. When planners are directed to act as investigators rather than planners, something's gone seriously wrong with the leadership level. And I ask the board to consider a few basic governing questions. How many senior planners were reassigned to tasks unrelated to the land use planning? How much staff time was
Sky, I want to stay focused on the
During
budget
the
portion of this,
presentation.
please.
Who authorizes these priorities? It should begin with the leadership review again, and I urge this board to consider appointing an interim department head from the county administrative or allowing qualified senior staff within the department to step up on an interim basis. It would stabilize the operations, protect institutional knowledge, and send a clear message that fiscal responsibility and the proper scope of authority matter. Mule.
Thank you. Johanna, did we have any more hands on Zoom? And I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
So I think we had the initial conversation early, mid-November, if I remember correctly. That's when you first came to us asking for a loan. So it's been about 2 months. What I would have liked to see today is what's changed. Here's what our expenditures look like. Here's what our expenditures look like now. Here's what our revenues look like. Here's what our revenues like. I don't know if you're in better shape today or if things are continuing as far as 2 months later after you stated that you had internal things you were going to change, like freezing certain purchases or whatever. I don't have anything to let me know if we're doing better 2 months later into the year. So now we are approximately 6-7 months into the entire budget that we've provided. In November, you asked for a loan in order to take care of your payroll and other things. And I just, like, there's nothing here to give me an update on the status. And so I would love to see that in February, because to me, I don't have a plan here unless I need some numbers. Reduce staff, what does that mean for the numbers? What I really see is a plan to increase rates. And that's a little bothersome, because that's the easiest thing that we can do is we're missing money, let's ask for more money. And so we have an hourly rate review, a reduction in staff, but I'm not understanding. Like, there's obviously no direction to give today because there's nothing tangible that I can say this will solve the problem. What I would like to know is, it was brought up, and I appreciate that it was brought up, because it's been a constant growth for the department is to put out the fines. I think maybe I'm being exaggerative on my statement. I feel like the bad actors that we deal with are burdening those who are trying to be good actors, in the sense that if we're not getting paid back by those who aren't getting permits, those who have code violations, for those that, all of those folks that abandon vehicles, everything that you as a full department have to deal with, if we're not putting down the hours and saying this is how much staff time we spent and this is why we're fining you this much, which we can place directly through the franchise tax board if we wanted to, and direct ticket abatements, different pathway for those. But if we're not applying everything that we do, because I've seen code enforcement cases come to us where it says 8 hours. I'm like, it's been going on for 18 months and you're telling me you only spent 8 hours? Like, there's no way you put down all the time that you've spent on this bad actor that we didn't get compliance in. On the other hand, if we get compliance, we're not going to make somebody pay for the time that we got, because we want to give them the 30 days to come into compliance, which doesn't come with the fine. So there's always going to be a little bit of a balancing act between the general fund and the other stuff. But I want to see, where are we at with abatements as far as putting those on properties? Where are we at with fines, in making sure that we are really doing our due diligence to not subsidizing work on bad actors, and that the bad actors are the ones paying? And that goes for all the divisions, period. Are we also, because I know this was a problem at one point, and I think it was more of an Excella problem than anything else, is we were not asking for those that were looking for use permits or other things to pay for all of the hours that were spent, because we just, again, weren't keeping track or record of all the hours spent. Are we invoicing for those extra that extra time being spent. And so to me, those are the important numbers to better understand what is being recommended and what is going to solve the problem. I don't want to lay people off, but at the same time, we have to figure out how to do this in the correct way so that we're not taking the easy way out, but we're doing the right thing in the way that we're going to progress and have a sustainable future for the divisions that you have and your overall department. So I will share, I'm a little disappointed that there's not a little bit more information. I get it that there's the holiday, so I'm going to look forward to February. And I'm going to make one more statement, and I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of daggers coming out of people's eyes here. Supposedly this is 3 years in the making of the reductions, and we've been told, I think, that you had warnings that your budgets weren't looking healthy or weren't looking good, and yet we do a budget as a team, and we are proposed these budgets, and nobody has given us a warning. Nobody gave us a warning in September. Nobody gave us a warning in June, and there's a lot of eyes. And I'm wondering why there was nobody that said, this may not work. Now, I failed. I missed it. But someone else also failed to let us know that these conversations even happened. And so how do we solve that where everybody speaks up and say, hey, the department really wanted this, but I would advise you to take a look at this because we only know what we know. There's always going to be something we don't know, but at the same time, there's so many eyes involved in the budget process. How did the Board of Supervisors not know that you may be cutting it very close when it comes to this? Because it happened way too fast. And in conversations I've had internally, there were warnings that were given. Well, I never got those warnings. I'm sure most people here never got warnings. And my question is why? And there's no need for an answer because I don't want to put anybody specifically on the spot, but why? And I think we need to change that. I think we need to have an overall dialogue as a team and not just feel like one department or one group should take the lead and that's it. That's all we hear from. We should be provided all the flags, all the warnings, all the information to make the best decisions here as this board. And I feel like I have not been provided all the information, and I usually dig pretty deep for some information. So I hope we change that. I hope you come back with a lot more details.
Anything further from the board? My question would be, just to confirm, when you're coming back in February, it's going to be a team effort again with admin and CDD?
Combined.
Okay. Okay. With that, be ready for action.
If I could just add
Yes,
one
please.
last bit. Supervisor Sabatier made a bunch of really good points, and I can address just a couple of those. Our intention is not to steer you towards increased fees or versus layoffs. Our intention is not to be hyperbolic in order to manipulate the board towards one effort or another. But what I am hoping will come out of February 10th is a much more robust discussion about the cost it takes to provide the services. Historically, even when I was sitting in Johanna's chair, and the master fee schedule would come up and community development would approach that board, which was, multiple supervisors ago, always there was resistance to raise fees specifically for planning. And always with the exact same rationale, which still holds true for now. Where is that point where we're going to discourage development because of the fees that we're charging? And so what I would like us to consider, or just have the board hold in the back of their mind, is that when you have a certain number of staff performing a certain number of services and the costs are going up and we're not raising fees, that means we have to derive this chasm that is increasing between revenue and expenses has to get fed by something. So that's why right now, as the preview for February 10th, it's looking like, well, we either raise fees or we're laying staff off. We are looking at cost recovery, but one of the options that are going to be on your plate are taking a look at this chasm, where it has gone in the last 15 years. While we are hesitant to raise planning fees to make sure that planning is achieving sustainability. In the last few years since I started here, that's why the deputy administrator position was created, was also to look for ways to achieve sustainability for planning. We've done so looking for grants. Grants have really helped code enforcement, and that's why you've seen in our slides that a number of the code enforcement have gotten off of general fund and are now grant supported. That's really helpful. However, the planning grants that are out there at the state or federal level support long-range documents. The planning grants, the housing element update, updating your zoning code to comply with SB2, blah, blah. All those things are for specific projects that are not usually revenue generating anyway. But not a lot of grant opportunities for operating day-to-day expenses in planning, even for non-revenue generating activities. So I am looking forward to a robust discussion with the board regarding recognizing if we do not raise fees, well, what are we doing? Do we want to reduce services, or do we want to recognize that full sustainability and weaning off the general fund may not be an option in the immediate future? That's what we're looking for. So we will have that data for you, because our goal is not to force the board into some uncomfortable position at all, but rather to supply you with the detailed information that you need in order to make your decisions. Additionally, we are already using OpenGov to attempt to capture time spent that exceeds the time that was assumed within the planning permits. We do have one that I just have off the top of my head, because the dispute was sent in to recognize or justify the time. And with the OpenGov, each time entry has had a detailed explanation for that time, so we will be able to defend that as these disputes come in. So yes, OpenGov is already helping us to make sure that we are capturing and recovering that time for our permits.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad you brought up OpenGov. That's exactly in the direction I was going to be asking, is I have been under the impression that our building permits have went down where we're not receiving as many of the building permits, therefore not quite as much revenue. And then we started the OpenGov in 2025, which was supposed to streamline and make it easier on staff to reduce the hours. So therefore, I was kind of a little bit concerned, because prior to that, we had an abundance. We had almost $1 million in our reserves, and now as we're kind of putting them out into all the different areas, and it should be that you said that we're in a slump and we're not building quite as much, so therefore the revenues have dropped. But hasn't AI and OpenGov helped us to kind of streamline it and made it easier for our staff and quicker?
I am very conservative in how I allow our staff to use AI at this point. We are following the county policy. Some of our planners have been innovative, but mainly in communications, not necessarily writing our staff reports for us, because I know the planning staff reports are very complicated and accuracy is important. So we are not using AI to generate staff reports. If anything, they're helping to make sure that our communications are hitting the right nuance and the right tone, while we're still making sure that our communications are
With the
accurate.
OpenGov.
OpenGov has been very helpful in that tracking. Not that it takes less time to do a permit, but it helps in more accurately capturing the amount of time that is required.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anything further from the board or possible action? Supervisor Sabatier?
I was hoping we can hear from County Council about the white paper on And I know that there is a portion in the memo, but basically, I'd love to hear from county council, but I have concerns about moving housing dollar revenues into planning or code, or even a different situation where this was stated to us during the request for the loan of collecting between January and June and using that to compensate for the losses from July to December, if that can be discussed.
Sure, and I'll try to be brief. So, because much of the information is already on pages 2, I think, through 3 of the board staff memo. That contains much of the information as to the legalities of, and I separated it into 2 categories. My office did separate it into 2 categories: the adoption of fees and then the expenditure of collected fees. So, the question that came out to your board back in December 9, 2025 came under a scenario. How a developer in March can pay a fee that helps repay for October salaries, as an example scenario. So that can be answered in 2 phases, and I've categorized it as such. The first one is adoption of fees, and the second part is expenditure of fees. Both have different standards, to say the least. The adoption of fees is generally subject to the what they call the Nolan test, Nolan-Dolan test. You see that at the bottom there. There has to be an essential nexus, has to be rough proportionality. Explains it. The memo itself cites it in more detail. But that is the standard to be used for your board to determine whether or not to adopt a proposed fee. So you have the essential nexus test and the rough proportionality in order for your board to make an informed decision of whether or not the proposed fee for these services would match that. Now, once the board adopts its fee schedule, then we get into the expenditure of whatever fees that were collected after its adoption. So just in a nutshell, in summary, and I've laid out the case law, we've laid out the case law here, that there is some flexibility there for your board on the question of how to spend fees that were collected. There's been cases where there was a surplus situation in one department, and it was the County of Orange versus Barrett case. The court found that the county could use its surplus fee revenue to cover reasonable and necessary costs of the services instead of lowering the fees until the entire surplus was dissipated. In another case, the court ruled, and I think this was in San Francisco, long-range planning is sufficiently related to the regulation of building construction to justify the spending, such that fees can fund broader planning activities if directly related to a building regulation. So those are some of the cases that have had holdings that are related to our situation here. But that being said, it sounds like, and it's been touched upon in this discussion, it sounds like much of the concern may lie with the first part, which is the adoption of the fee schedule. And your board certainly has discretion to amend its fee schedule, further revise it, as you've seen, at least annually, where it's presented to your board. And just in summary, again, going back to that question, how a developer in March can pay a fee that helps for October salaries, your board has, when it comes to the expenditure of collected fees, your board, the county, has discretion through either policy or the budget appropriation process under the government code to manage its own expenditure of revenues from said fees. That also means that it does go in front of your board for approval, and you've seen that play out time and time again for board approval, for budget appropriations, certain budget transfers. There's some flexibility there. It's just the Nolan, just to conclude, the Nolan-Dolan test applies to the adoption of the fees, where it also gets presented to your board for consideration and approval.
Thank you, County Council. Supervisor Sabatier?
And without going into a big discussion, I agree with the statements you've made. I disagree that it matches with what we're, our behavior. Like if you want to say when you pay for a permit for a house that a portion of it goes into the next future housing element, or a portion of it goes to the long-range general plan for the next version of it, that's fine. But if I'm paying for someone else's house, I just have big problems with that. And so I just want to make that statement.
Thank you. There's nothing further from the board. Do we have action?
It's just direction.
Action.
Yeah.
Direction? So I believe, from what I heard, we had consensus for bringing this back on February 10th. Was there was an amendment possibly? Or did you have further, Supervisor?
Just a quick question. You and I and anyone else who has been on First Five, when you look at our budget in First Five, it says, here's what was budgeted, here's what we've spent so far. I'd love to get that type of potential status of where you are with your budgets when you come back to us to better understand what exact are we in that, are we in 6 months where we should be 9 months, or like where are we in the whole expenditure of things?
A year-to-date report.
Yeah, a year-to-date review. I'd really like to see that.
I'm okay with that.
And I know it may not be as of February 1st, because that's really hard to get all the way up to date, but whatever it is that you can bring to help us understand your current status in compared to where we started.
Anything further?
And I think you guys said, or you all said that the time spent with even code enforcement, but everything else, you would have that more available during the next session anyhow, right?
If you mean the non-revenue generating activities, yes, I am going to assign
Okay.
time
Right.
what that costs.
Any further questions of us? No, then I think we have consensus, and we'll go ahead and close this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to actually stay here, please. We're going to go to 5.9. Supervisor Owen, you pulled that this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Intivano, do I have to read out that entire item?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Stand by.
Yes. I had to. You have to.
So we're now going to hear item 5.9, a second reading. Adopt ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code and adopting by reference the 2025 California Building Standards Code, known as the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 1 through 6, 8 through 12, incorporating the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Title 24, Part 1, the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Title 24, Part 2, the 2025 edition of the California Residential Code, Title 24, 2.5, the 2025 edition of the California Electrical Code, Title 24, Part 3, the 2025 edition of the California Mechanical Code, Title 24, Part 4, the 2025 edition of the California Plumbing Code, Title 24, Part 5, the 2025 edition of the California Historical Building Code, Title 24, Part 8, the 2025 edition of the California Fire Code, Title 24, Part 9, the 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Title 24, Part 10, the 2025 edition of the California Green Building Code, Title 24, Part 11, the 2025 edition of the California Reference Standards Code, Title 24, Part 12, the 2025 edition of the California Wildland Urban Interface, Title 24, Part 7, the 2024 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code. And that concludes the title reading. And Supervisor Owen, I'll turn it back to you.
Actually, I believe if I remember right, this was one that when it came before us on the first reading, I had voted against, so therefore we had to pull it off the consent agenda. And I think, I'm trying to get my bearing here. I didn't make my notes on this.
Your concern was inhibiting development. However, this is required by state law. We have no choice but to adopt it.
Right, okay. And I still stand where I was. I didn't make my notes. I'd have to go back to my the last time it was here. When was it brought before us last time?
Yeah, it wasn't the last meeting, it was the one before that.
So it was in December?
Yeah.
December.
16th?
It's December 16th.
December 16th?
I'm
Yeah,
looking
it
for
says
it.
above the recommended.
December 16th.
Yeah.
Okay,
6.8.
so thank you. That speeds me up. Okay. What I had last time on it was that I wanted more information on what it entailed, what changes are being made, and 1.4G fireworks in state fire code, move agriculture into a minimum of 5 acres. So I wish I was more.
Those were notes on the discussion, but the moving ag to 5 acres will be covered when the board considers the agricultural element for Lake County 2050. And yeah, so.
I'm sorry, I'm not up on this one as much as I should be. I know I had to pull it, but.
You know, time is flying. These things.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And for the fireworks, you don't know what you don't know, and unfortunately, I thought it was okay to possess, but it is not allowed to possess anytime outside of Lakeport and only inside of Lakeport during the times that they are for sale. But the possessing is illegal otherwise. So things you don't know and you don't know, and that was embarrassing, but I'll admit it right now. So that was part of that conversation, that there's no need to change that because that's the law.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think I'm done.
You're done, so I'm going to open up this public comment. Is there anyone in the room? Seeing none, Johanna, do we have any hands online? No hands. I'm going to close comment and bring it back to the board, and I believe we'll need an action.
I move.
Hang on one second,
I
Supervisor.
offer the ordinance.
There you go.
Okay.
So much easier.
You've offered, the ordinance has been offered.
Right, Supervisor Owen,
Yeah.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye. Okay, that concludes that item,
I'm
and
feeling better.
since you're here, I'm going to ask you to stay here. Let's do 7.4.
Thank you. At the last board meeting, you did the first reading of an ordinance that accomplishes a number of implementation tasks from the general plan housing element, sixth cycle from 2019 to 2027. After the approval of the first reading and advancing this item, we did realize that inadvertently omitted a definition, which has since been added. There was also numbering corrections that needed to be made. So what I request today, instead of a second reading, is since the omission of that definition is substantive, that this board approve a first reading again and advance it to the next available agenda.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
It's just a brief question. What does that do to our timeline with the state who had anticipation to receiving this?
I have kept the state updated, and I will continue to do so. I'm not aware of any repercussions yet, because, you know, this is substantive change, so nothing I could do about it.
Okay, any further from the board?
I still had some questions about the parking requirements on the low-income housing primarily, but in some of those areas I still want to be on the record that I have concerns about the parking. I am happy to see some of the regulations relaxing and reducing the CEQA requirements on some of these. I have one more question on the ag employee housing. I noticed it goes from 6 to 12. There's nothing below 6. So if you've only got 2, for instance, does it still apply?
We have not had any inquiries regarding that, but we also do have existing options for farm worker housing and ag something housing. There are a few limited options already for like a single family house.
Right. But because it started at 6 and then went clear up to 36 beds.
Good question.
Anything further?
Nope, that was
No.
it.
It appears there's nothing further from the board. I'm going to open it to the public. Is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak? Seeing none, Johanna, do we have anyone online? Holly, we're going to unmute you and state your name for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi, Holly Harris. I still have a question that hasn't been answered, even though I've asked it a couple of times. But HE 72 eliminates the requirement for a minor use permit for developments 20 units or larger to remove the constraint on development and possible barrier to construction of affordable housing units. So it's focused on affordable housing units. Yet the proposed 12.4B makes all housing developments in R3 a use by right, whether irregardless of size or pricing or anything like that. That I don't understand, especially when you take a look at the, I think it's E, in which it actually, which is actually HE 58, which says housing projects with at least 20% of units affordable to lower income households shall be permitted by right if they're located in a high density zone. These kind of are at opposition to each other. And so that's my question. Then I also, I think it's 12.4B, it states that everything is subject to compliance with all objective development standards in section 19.20, Article 19. But isn't Article 19 community commercial, or am I reading this wrong? Anyway, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Director Turner, are you able to
I would
offer,
refer Ms. Harris to the email that we sent responding to her questions already.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right. Apparently there was an email sent, Ms. Harris, so we're asking you to check that. Thank you for
Our
your comments
responses are
today.
in red font.
Is there any further online, Johanna? No hands, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for anything further or possible action. Mr. County Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if your board is prepared for an action with these substantive amendments, the motion would be to just have the draft ordinance with the amendments presented to your board here be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption. The first reading already took place. Since the first reading, there's been substantive amendments, but that under the statutes, that just moves it forward to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
So moved.
So I have a motion.
Second.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And I believe that concludes your items.
I think I'm done.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Yeah, I need to take a 5-minute break real quick.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 4:28 PM, and we're going to move to our 7.2 item, which is consideration of a supplemental response to the 2024-2025 Lake County Civil Grand Jury's final report. And we have our administrative analyst, Trevor Mockel, here. I'm going to turn it over to you to present.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. This item relates to the 2024-25 Lake County Grand Jury Final Report, the county's response and its findings and recommendations. As the Board is aware, the Civil Grand Jury serves as an examining and investigative role, issuing annual findings and recommendations intended to improve the county's system, procedures, and operations. In September 2025, the Board authorized submission of the county's response to selected recommendations consistent with past practice. Following that action, Presiding Judge Lunas, on behalf of the Civil Grand Jury, requested that the Board and county departments submit supplemental responses by addressing all cited findings and not only the recommendations. In response to that request, department heads, the County Administrative Office, County Council collaborated to prepare supplemental responses that are now before the Board. These supplemental responses ensure that each finding is directly addressed in compliance with Penal Code Section 933. In addition, internal county practices have been updated to ensure that all future grand jury responses consistently address both findings and recommendations. Staff appreciates the cooperation of the county department leadership and the guidance provided by Presiding Judge Lunas throughout this process. All departmental supplemental responses, along with the Board's draft supplemental response, are attached and conform with statutory requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the Board for any questions. Not seeing any. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Is there anyone online? No hands. I'll go to the room. Do we have anyone here? Not seeing any. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the Board for any final discussion or possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the supplemental response to the 2024-25 Lake County Civil Grand Jury Final Report and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to move to our 7.3 item, which is consideration of the following advisory board appointments. First, Cobb Municipal Advisory Council. Second, Kelseyville Cemetery District. Third, Lake County Ag Advisory Committee. Fourth, the Lower Lake Cemetery District. And that's the clerk of the board item. I don't believe she has anything to present. So it will come back to the board for recommendations. And we'll start with Supervisor Pyska on the Cobb Municipal Advisory Council.
Do you want me to make the motions now?
Well, I guess I need to open a public comment. I don't know if I should do that each section. What's that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your board can take public comment as to all of the councils that's been, or committees that's been identified here. And your board can do that in conjunction with, or along with the recommendations made by each board member, each corresponding board member.
So,
These are my recommendations.
okay, go ahead with your recommendations.
Paul Duncan and Kathy McCarthy.
Okay. Let's move to the Kelseyville Cemetery District. Is that yours as well? And your
Yep, I'll
recommendation?
recommend
Okay.
Elizabeth Broida.
Let's move to the Ag Advisory Committee, which is yourself and Supervisor Owen, I believe.
I'm
They're the
would like
reps
to
on
make,
that.
make some recommendations on that. I mean,
We have, I believe we
we have
have,
one extra.
I believe we have 4 seats, or,
And Carolyn sent us an email with, it's what?
I recall a public comment from
No, Carolyn sent yesterday an update of who was on it and who's been appointed, because we have the 4 crop seats. trying to find it. I think she just sent it yesterday.
I do have a question, if I may, while you're looking. We did get a public comment. Somebody was stating that we had one more applicant than we had seats, and they wanted to know if one could be an alternate, but I don't know that the bylaws would allow that, so
We don't have a alternate in the
so
bylaws.
that's what I was checking on. So that's not a possibility, just to clarify that.
Yeah. I noticed that Carolyn is not a registered voter. She wrote no on that. So I didn't know if that'd be a way to,
County council, is that an actual requirement?
it was
I don't know
asked
that that's a
on
legal requirement.
it was asked on the application.
Not necessarily on its face, unless it was done so inadvertently. Part of that may depend on the qualifications of the appointee or proposed appointee based on the bylaws too. It may depend on that.
Correct, because I've seen it before where you didn't have to be a registered voter.
We appointed her last year.
Okay.
I don't,
Well, I only know a couple of them, and that would be Michaela Benjamin. I had asked her. She's a rancher. And I'd asked Daniel Sinram to apply. So I would like to appoint those two.
and that's where we need to figure out the categories, because we've got and we have to find that email. I don't know.
I think we had 3 crop and 1 something else. And I know Daniel would fit any of them.
But I do want to reappoint David Weiss. He's been on it for a few years, and just really value his perspective too.
Okay.
Johanna, are you able to find what she sent us yesterday? I don't know why I can't find it. When we have these emails, well, Catherine, or our ag commissioner has 1 seat, and then there's 6 others, so she's the 7th, right? Well, I wanted the roster from last year because we could see, and I think Carolyn sent me a roster that, the current roster and kind of what we had from last year. Because we had one person from, I think it was District 2, that didn't reapply.
I'm not District 2.
I mean 3. I mean 3. I think he was someone you knew last year, and he didn't reapply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see it.
Because I would like to reappoint Carolyn and David, and then we just Carolyn Hillman and David Weiss, and then we've got to figure out.
And I'd like to appoint the 2 I'd asked, which would have been Michaela Benjamin and Daniel Sinram.
There, let's see. Wendy just sent it. Okay, so Bruce Merrilees was our organic farmer. So last year, and then we had our ag processor was Pat Scully, and ag processor Carolyn Hillman, and then we had for crop growers, we had David Weiss, Jennifer Smith, Quincy Jackson, and Sharon Zoller, because we do want to make sure that we've got a balance with cannabis on there too. So Quincy Jackson.
Yeah, he didn't reply.
Quincy Jackson has not So that would be, if we kind of wanted to stay with what we had last year, that would be someone that we would switch out that crop grower seat. Oh, and Jennifer Smith. So if we put Paul in Jennifer Smith's place, and then which one, Michaela Benjamin or Dan Soonerham, which one would you want to take Quincy Jackson's spot?
Either one could apply for that. But I'd like to keep both of them.
But if we're going to try and keep the balance with the cannabis crop grower,
How many cannabis crop growers do we have, or cannabis industries do we have there? Last year, we had 3.
we had 2.
No, we had 3. I'm pretty sure we had 3.
No, because we had Carolyn Hillman was the cannabis processor, and Jennifer Smith was the cannabis crop grower. And so
Yeah, but didn't we have one more person in there that was also cannabis?
Quincy Jackson, I thought he was a rancher.
He also did cannabis.
He did both.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's that one.
So
if which of those 2 do you want to put in his? Because I would really like to keep Jennifer Smith's seat still a cannabis seat and have Paul there.
we'll just move Paul into her seat.
Right, and then we'll have one more Quincy Jackson's seat, and so either Daniel or Michaela for that one.
I would still like to have both. Daniel will cover 3. He does walnuts, ranching, and hay. Benjamin does primarily ranching. So I think they both have great voices, and I don't think it's going to hurt to have them both on there. You take 2, and I'll take 2.
Well, I mean, I think David Weiss is in District 4. I think he's been really great on this too, and so I don't think it's just like I take 2 and you take 2. I think we need to find the balance.
I think this is a good balance. We haven't had anybody that did livestock on it. So adding somebody
Right.
from livestock would be,
Yeah, and I think having someone with livestock would be great. So then the question is Daniel or David?
I'm going to say Daniel.
And I
And
think
Benjamin.
David is great. I think Daniel's great too. And, we always have Rebecca come to these meetings too. We always get strong Farm Bureau input. And again, the meetings are open to the public, but, Daniel's in District 5. David's in District 4. We can also look at what this
That's
looks like.
District 5 on the application.
David? I thought he lived,
It says Kelseyville.
he's in Kelseyville, but he's not.
Okay.
It isn't-
It says District 5, that's all I know.
Yeah, I'm
Let
pretty
me look
sure
at the address.
he lives on the other side of Soda Bay.
The address
Oh.
is.
Yeah, I can't, unfortunately, I can't.
Yeah.
He could be right on the border, not seeing the address. I can't verify what district he's in. What was that? Okay.
It says 4150 Soda Bay Road on the, on last year's
So much for
roster.
blacking it out.
Can I ask, was there anyone else in District 4 off the top of your head?
Of the crop growers?
Just of anybody on the?
Well, Pat Scully.
Okay.
Because Bruce is in District 5. And Sharon is in District 5.
I had asked others actually down in other areas as well, and they didn't get them filled out in time, I guess. Was there any others that came in, Susan? Any other applications? No? Okay.
Were you able to verify that, Johanna? No, the other one you were looking up on.
4150 Soda Bay Road. I'm pretty sure that is in.
I'm don't mean to be rude. Is it possible, because I'll go with what the folks on the advisory board want. Maybe there needs to be a break where they can have that conversation. I'm certain we're going to have a break sometime between now and the end of the meeting. But we have folks who are waiting here, and I would love to see if there's a private conversation that can be had that then brings back the recommendation from the advisory board.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Are you?
Well, I mean, I think I would like to hear from the rest of the supervisors what you think. Yeah, David Weiss is on the other side of Soda Bay Road. He is in District 4.
Okay, well, I was just checking, so I mean, I think my comment would be, I think it's good if somebody from District 4, it is the biggest ag district in the county, but I do want to have the supervisors work it out, because I was kind of trying to defer to them to figure it out, since they're the people on there, but I don't know if we have consensus yet.
No,
So
I still want Michaela and Daniel.
then, are you guys okay talking about this on the next break?
I mean, if you're not gonna
I'm not
budge at
looking.
all, then it's pointless to have a conversation. I think that we're missing out on someone that's been really valuable on this committee.
But you have the choice between the other three, which two you want.
Well, it's not in my choice. I'm trying to make sure that we have balance because.
And I think there is balance. I think what we're missing is our livestock and our hay.
Yep.
And so I'm bringing those in. And I feel strongly about it, that we need that flavor on the board.
Okay.
So between the two of you, you're recommending Daniel Sermon
And Michaela?
and Michaela, and then Carolyn Hellman and David Weiss?
No, see, this is not up to me. We have to fill those cannabis seats. And so to fill the cannabis seats, that would be, I think it's Benjamin or Paul taking Jennifer
Not you.
Smith's seat and Carolyn Hillman staying in the same seat. And then you want to remove David, not have David continue like he has been. That's what you're asking.
I'm asking to bring some ranching flavor into the,
Right, and I agree. That's why I think Benjamin Michaela would be great. I don't agree with changing out David Weiss. We can vote on it and see how it goes.
okay, thank you.
All right, let's move to the Lower Lake Cemetery District. Supervisor Owen, do you have any
Oh,
comment on the Lower Lake Cemetery District? There is one applicant, I believe.
sorry.
She has served many years.
Nice.
What was that?
She served many years.
Yes, I'll point, I'm looking for a name, Iris Hudson?
Okay. So I'm at this point, Supervisor Sabatier, do you have further?
Yeah, I just have a general comment. Mr. Guintavano, there was a bill, I believe it might have been Bill 707. I don't remember. The numbers are all jumbled in my head, but it was a new Brown Act bill that passed so that advisory boards can use remote access. Because they're advisory, they don't make full decisions. And so I would like to just suggest that on our form, what is your best way to access this? Would it be through remote means or in person? And that we try to implement that in our advisory board so that we can make it as open and accessible to anybody and help us get more people that might take interest in joining some of our advisory boards. And so if you can take a look at that, because I know that passed as of January, I believe, and I would like to see how we are going to implement that to make sure that everybody is aware and that our committees are then capable of providing that remote access as well. Just wanted to make that general statement. There's no need to respond to it specifically, but hoping in the near future we can get something.
Yeah, it's just for info for later,
Yes, thank you.
unless
Mr.
you
Chair.
want to say something.
I'll touch base with supervisors about you offline.
Okay. With that, then, before action, I'm going to open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment on any of these advisory boards that have been read out here? Not seeing any. Johanna, anything online? No, then I'm going to bring it back to the board for final action, and let's, can we do it one by, go ahead, Mr. Guantabano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So typically, it's done by entity.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. One by one, so let's start with
Yep.
Cobb Council.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Paul Duncan and Kathy McCarthy to the Cobb Area Council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the Kelseyville Cemetery District, Supervisor Pyska.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Elizabeth Broida to the Kelseyville Cemetery District.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Let's move to the Lake County Ag Advisory Committee.
Do we want to do them one at a time, or?
Well, we need to have an action on the four that would be
Yeah.
appointed.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Carolyn Hillman, David Weiss, Paul Barancino, and Michaela Benjamin.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
That motion carries. And moving on to the Lower Lake Cemetery District. Supervisor Owen.
I make a motion that we approve Iris Hudson to the Lower Lake Cemetery District.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Second.
Or second, I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Sorry, you were going faster than I was.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. And we're going to close that item. Next, I'm going to take up our 4.3 item, which is an extra item from earlier. And we're hearing the B portion, consideration of a resolution for proclamation of a local health emergency by the Lake County Health Officer for the Clear Lake sewage spill. And we have our Public Health Officer, if you want to come up, please, and present this item to us. We have our Dr. Bernstein and our Director, Anthony Arden, and we also have our Environmental Health Director, Craig Weatherby. Who's going to be starting this out? Dr. Bob? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present this proposal proclamation. I think we've all become aware that we're in the course of addressing a problem of sewage spill affecting areas of Clear Lake, but also, depending on the results of testing, possibly entering the lake as well. It's an important problem that is affecting, could be affecting public health and safety and the environment. And so this proclamation is addressing that. I've not done this before here, so I'm just wondering, do I read the entire proclamation? Or would you like me to summarize?
I don't believe that's,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Display. She's displaying. Which one do you want, the memo or? Let's start with the prop. Chair.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Because of time, I would suggest that we've already read the earlier proclamation coming from the county rather than public health. It's very similar. If we can make sure and have it added as an item on the agenda, I just reloaded, it's not on there, then that way it would be made available to the public. And that way, for time's sake, we can move forward. This is very much a almost carbon copy other than specific to the public health situation.
What do you want for Rezo? Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. That's just what I was just going to say, that we would be uploading these after the fact.
While looking for that, let me just add to what's been mentioned already. We actually have 3 proclamations, Clear Lake itself, the county on behalf of the sheriff's office, and my own proclamation, suggested proclamation. And I agree very much that there's no inconsistencies among them. Mine draws on the authorities and role of the public health officer, but the other ones are certainly documented in terms of the health and safety code and so forth. So if there's a way to, for efficiency, to put the 3 together and not have to read my proclamation separately, I'm certainly happy with that.
County council's okay with it? I'm okay.
Do we need to open it up for public?
What was that?
Do we need to open it up for public?
Just getting ready to. County Council, is there anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Just a note, because these are separate extra items, one should be taken after the other to avoid any conflation or confusion. Between the OES item, that's I think 4.2, and this item, which is 4.3.
And I don't believe I've opened it to the public yet, so I can do that at this point. Is there anybody in the room? Anybody online? Sterling?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions, and I know it's kind of early on with what's going on in Clear Lake, but do we know how much of the groundwater that it has been contaminated and how much raw sewage has been flowing through the creek that has been going into the lake by any chance?
Thank you. Is that something you can respond to at this point, or no?
I'm fortunate to have an expert next to me, but
Okay.
one of the issues is the amount of testing and the results of testing that's still being done.
Okay, and that's something we can make available to the public when we have that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Sterling, we will have that information at some point.
Okay, cool.
All right. And there's no further comment? I'll bring it back to the board and believe Supervisor Sabatier further.
Yeah, I just want to make a brief statement. So it's unfortunate what is happening, and infrastructure like roads sometimes break and have potholes, and we have issues. Unfortunately, this one is a much larger situation than just a standard pothole. I feel like I need to apologize to the people in that area. It is a disgusting situation to deal with, and luckily we were able to stop the spill as of 9:45 p.m. last night, and that took way too long, unfortunately, and you had to endure that for such a long time. So we're doing everything we can, I know, to try and reduce the impacts right now, test the water to make sure that we know the safety levels, and please just keep listening to the press releases that come out. Keep looking out for any kind of social media that's going to happen after we approve this. And I wish it didn't happen, but I also wish other emergencies and urgencies didn't happen either, such as fires in our neighborhood. So, yeah, reach out if you need to, please. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to move to offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Cram.
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye. And that concludes that item. Thank you.
And I believe there's the proclamation, just the proclamation that was done before. Do we also have the proclamation to approve?
Don't we have to do all 3
Do
separate?
we have a second action?
Yeah, the resolution reflects the proclamation in large part. So typically, when a proclamation of an emergency is submitted to your board, there usually is accompanied with a resolution approving the local emergency.
So it's approved.
We're good.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, just want to thank Supervisor Sabatier for the comments that he made, which I actually should have introduced my own presentation with. So I thank you very much for approving the resolution.
Thank you. And since we're on these proclamations, I'll go ahead and take up item 4.2, which is
12.2. 4.2, I was on.
4.2 was an extra item A, or we're going to do the B section. We already approved to hear it. Consideration of a resolution proclaiming the existence of a local emergency due to the 2026 Robin Lane sewer spill in the city of Clear Lake. And do we have our sheriff?
He's online.
Good afternoon, Sheriff Bingham. Do you want to present comments on this item?
Yes, before your board is a proclamation of existing local emergency due to the sewer spill. Due to the nature of it, it is contained largely within the city of Clear Lake. However, with special districts and it potentially going into the county, it does cause some problems. By issuing the proclamation for existing local emergency, it better prepares us to respond to the city. And then if the resources in the city and the sheriff's office and the county are exhausted, then it allows us to contract outside of Lake County and then contact Cal OES for that support through CDAA and so on in the future with the mitigation and cleanup.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Sabatier, question?
Yeah, and I just want to take a brief moment as well, just to expound on what I said earlier. I know that Leah has been tremendous in helping from your OES and all the staff from special districts. They've been working day in, day out, frustrated with trying to close this up, but they've been working their butts off trying to make it happen. And again, we're a little bit better situation today than we were before, but now the work happens for the cleanup. So I just want to thank staff.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? I also thank you for bringing this forward today, Sheriff. With that, I'll go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none. Johanna, do we have anybody online? No hands. Then I'm going to bring it back to the board for any final questions or action.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen?
Yes.
Supervisor Spatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye. That concludes that item. Thank you. And we're going to move on to our 4.1 item, which was an extra item with the Public Services, Public Works Director, Mr. Ewing. And let me read the title. That was item 4.1, section, the B portion, which is approve the award of bid number 24/04 to NG Builder Company for the EOC remodel project in the amount of $1,095,000.00. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Ewing.
All right. Good evening. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. As was stated, this is a recommendation for award of a project that went out to bid last year, at the end of last year. To summarize briefly some of the items in the memo, there were 8 bids that were received, and we are recommending award to the lowest bidder. There were some of the bidders that included a local workforce participation discount for purposes of determining the low bidder. None of those factored in to the determination of the local bidder, and it's important to note that none of the contractors are local in the sense that they are based here. It was a matter of who they were using for subs. So in short, the recommendation is for your board to award the contract as summarized in the description. So approve the award of bid number 2404 to NG Builder Company for the EOC renovation project.
Thank you. Board members, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I feel I get yelled at by Mr. Mike from the build program at NCO, who's always looking for ways to contribute back to some of the things that we do. Hopefully, maybe you can be available to see if there's a way to connect those two together. Maybe they can help with this project and be a part of something to give back to the community as well. In the future, looking for ways to implement that in future contracts, not looking to change anything today.
Sure. And what I would offer to him, happy to have that conversation with him, continued conversations, and I think the builders exchanges and the unions, the apprenticeships that are available, that's really the way for employees to really tap in. Yep.
Thank you. Any further from the board? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to open it to the public. Is there anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone. Johanna, do we have any hands online? I'll bring it back, close public comment, and bring it back to the board for a possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the award of bid number 2404 to NG Builder Company for the EOC renovation in the amount of $1,095,000 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can stay here, Mr. Ewing. We're going to go to 7.5, and that is consideration of consolidation of Public Works and Public Services Department. And again, we have our Director, Lars Ewing, here. I'm going to turn that over to you.
Okay. Good evening. Chair, members of the board, Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director and Public Services Director. The purpose of this item, and the slides that are up here are very, very brief, but the purpose of the item is to present a recommendation from your board's ad hoc committee for Public Works that was established last year to evaluate leadership and organizational structure options for Public Works. We can probably hide that for the time being. Does this one work? Okay, perfect. All right. So for background purposes, in the summer of 2025, following an initial co-director appointment with CAO Susan Parker, your board appointed me as the interim public works director. Then in the fall of last year, as your board will recall, you established the ad hoc committee that I referenced earlier. That committee consisted of Chair Rasmussen, Supervisor Crandall, CAO Parker, and myself. Since then, over the last few months, the committee and staff from both departments have worked together to evaluate three primary options for Public Works. One, I'll call it the status quo, which is status quo prior to the interim appointment, but a single Public Works director with a single Public Works department with a single director. That would be one option. Another option that was evaluated is what we have right now under the interim establishment, which is a separate Public Works and separate Public Services Department with one interim Public Works Director and a permanent Public Services Director, but essentially one director running two departments separately. The third option is a merger of those departments, merging Public Works and Public Services under one director, and that's the recommendation that was landed on by the ad hoc committee. So today is an opportunity to provide the committee's recommendation and receive feedback and direction from your board as you deem appropriate. I will note that the memo that is included in the agenda packet was based on direction of the committee, which was to consolidate but also to take formal action in today's board meeting. However, following some legal and administrative discussions over the last few days and out of a recognition that the last discussion that your board had about this topic was establishing that ad hoc committee. We felt that a presentation of recommendations and a request for board direction rather than formal action was more appropriate. So now we can probably show those up here now. I will do my best to speed through this because there's a lot of information that may be clear as day to a lot of people, but I think it's important to just understand what the two departments are like now. So I'm going to show a couple of org charts. This is all I have up on the slide deck. Is what currently Public Works has. So what you're looking at now is a division level org chart for Public Works, along with the staff in each division. So Public Works has responsibility for essentially transportation infrastructure, roads, and the road network, which includes bridges and everything else associated with county roads. Also, the county airport, as well as fleet and heavy equipment for county departments, and also a division for engineering and capital project delivery. You can see there are 60 FTEs allocations and an annual operating budget of in the range of $40 to $45 million. Now shifting over to public services, and John, this is not working. If you could get your help, just shifting to the next slide is fine. So public services is, you'll see a similar structure. They have responsibility for facilities or county buildings, county parks, county landfill, solid waste management, recreation programming, museums, and also capital projects for facilities or for infrastructure that public services has involvement with. So I'm just to pause right now and briefly just emphasize before I go to the next slide, which shows a preliminary merger of the two departments. I want to just recognize both the employees in both departments. Your board is blessed with outstanding employees. They're dedicated, and this is a little hokey, but I'm going to say the term. They're dedicated to showing what public service at work looks like. So I came up with that myself. I'll tell you that. So thank you. Thank you. So the next slide shows a preliminary org chart. Let's see if I can do that there. I'll probably push the wrong button if I do it upside down. So what you're looking at here is a merged org chart. And I will just at a high level estimated 110 FTEs, which is one less than the combination of the two departments. Which we'll go into a bit. No change to existing services, no change to budgets that each of these, the infrastructure and the programs that are run. Really, at this point, no change on a budgetary basis at this point, which is very preliminary. What I will talk about here is some of the key benefits that that the ad hoc committee and staff from both departments have identified. And we'll kind of use this as a talking point to this. First is the director that is shown there. You'll note there are currently two departments, currently two directors, and an assistant director in Public Works. So you'll note that the one potential benefit is freeing up existing vacant positions that may have been vacant for quite some time. We want to be careful with that. As we have the need to continue operations and have staff to carry out the work, we want to make sure that we're not undercutting ourselves, but that is one potential benefit. Then working at from left to right here, some of the benefits on the maintenance side. So both departments have infrastructure that they maintain, what we call lowercase public works infrastructure. So on the public services side, you have buildings and parks. We have staff who maintain those on a day-to-day basis. The same thing on roads. So this is an opportunity to have a singular deputy director that oversees both. I've seen a lot of benefit in this on the public services side. You'll note that facilities and parks, they currently operate under this structure where there's a deputy director. We call it for operations, but in this case, we'd be focusing strictly on maintenance. We would not maintenance of that infrastructure. Funding, are separate pots of funding certainly for roads, less so with facilities and parks because it's primarily general fund, but from a budgetary perspective, they are distinctly separate. So we would ensure that those the funding pots remain separate, but the leadership it certainly helps with the continuity of operations, focused day-to-day maintenance operations. So. Shifting to the next one, Deputy Director for Operations, you'll note that there is no assistant director shown here. So the allocation that is was the assistant director for Public Works would be used for that Deputy Director of Operations to oversee those programs. Moving over to administration, this was one of the areas that stands out probably to anybody that both departments have administrative sections that handle fiscal, personnel, customer service, and so it's an opportunity to look at a singular department that would have one administrative section that does a lot of things, but it provides a singular director, a singular deputy director, and a single team as opposed to a separate administrative team. Another one to point out here is the fourth. And I'll talk about the colors here in a second, but the Deputy Director for Engineering and Capital Projects, both departments have essentially a project delivery wing. Public Works, you might have heard the term E&I, or engineering and inspection. That is essentially a project delivery for transportation-related projects, roads, bridges, and airports. And on the public services side, there is a capital projects team that delivers capital projects similar to what you just approved previously for the EOC. So this would combine those entities into one, and I have seen a lot of, or would see a lot of benefits in that singular combined division, strengthening internal support and allowing for standardized project management and sharing of resources and expertise. I will maybe now talk about the coloring on this just for awareness. Green is an existing public services function that would largely remain operationally the same as it is now. Orange would be an existing public works function that would largely remain the same. Anything in what shows up as blue or maybe black, depending upon the screen, it would be an area where we see a change in responsibility, be it at the position description level or in merged areas such as administration and engineering and projects, as I mentioned earlier. So some of the last point that I'll talk to you on this slide is some of the fiscal and staffing benefits. And it's important to note that the overall goal that the ad hoc committee, I would say, agreed to, or at least that I got the impression from them, is it was not about short-term cost cutting. It was more about operational effectiveness, organizational effectiveness, and also leadership stability and continuity. That was an overarching goal. However, financial savings are expected primarily through position consolidation. I mentioned earlier the Public Works Director, current Public Works Director vacancy that my feeling, my sense is, and in discussions with staff, that I think that's something that position we can, I'll say, do away with. And I want to be careful with that because we need to ensure that we can continue to carry out our responsibilities. But with that said, new positions need to be created. We're looking at deputy director positions, 4 of them here, that would require a new job description. I will note that this is no net change to the current number of deputy directors that exist in both Public Works and Public Services. There are 2 deputy directors in both departments. So you currently have 4 deputy director allocations. This is no net change to that. So we're not talking about making a giant agency. It's really a reduction in the what I'll call the executive leadership on the department side. But with the creation of new positions, at this point we haven't written the job descriptions. We haven't gone through the classification and compensation process, so we don't know what the net cost savings will be. But it based on estimates that I'll say I have put together, it does look like there is anticipated to be some cost savings through this, just on a position basis. So the rest of I'll leave this up just for discussion's sake later, but a few points to just close this out. Aside from internal analysis of the 2 departments, we looked outside. We looked at other counties. What are other counties doing? What have other counties done, both for an existing structure or merging? There is no apples to apples comparison. I think your board is probably aware of that. You look at other counties, they all do things slightly different. Public Works and, I'll say the type of functions that your Public Works Department and your Public Services Departments manage, they are managed differently. But what we did is I focused on what we manage and what are the similar counties. I will comment that your board is familiar with the 12 benched counties that are used for the classification and compensation piece. There's no other county that does it the way we do. Essentially, I will just to that point. Only one other county has within Public Works facilities, so it includes facilities in there. There's only one other county that does that. No other counties have Parks and Rec within the Public Works Department. They don't have Parks and Rec, and none have a fully operating landfill. So just to show you that they're within those 12, it may not be something that we have a direct comparison to. However, there are some. Sonoma County, interestingly enough, is one that is very similar. Now they are on our compensation comparison list, and they are a very good example of how we might structure ourselves. I've had conversations with their director, and not only are they set up in a similar fashion, but they recently went through an organizational restructure, merger that is one that I feel we can model. Prior to 2022, Sonoma County had two separate departments of a transportation and public works department, very similar to our public works department here, and they had a general services department, which is very similar to public services, not a direct comparison, but very similar. And what they did as a result of a retirement of a long tenured general services director, they faced a leadership vacancy, and as a result of that, the board directed the departments to merge under the leadership of the Transportation and Public Works Director, and they merged those departments into what they termed the Public Infrastructure Department. So I bring this up simply to show the fact that we are looking outside, we are looking at other alternatives, and Sonoma County does provide a very good resource, and I think we can learn a lot from them. And I do appreciate their director and their staff being available. They've made that available. I visited them, and they've been great to us. So next steps, if your board were to support consolidation in concept, staff would do a number of things. One is to finalize the organizational structure. This is a draft. This is a preliminary look at how we might structure it, but finalize this structure. Develop the job descriptions that are necessary. There's the director. There is the deputy directors that are shown, and potentially others. But those are the primary ones that we look at. Staff would also evaluate financial and staffing impacts, not just revising these job descriptions, but what is the overall financial impact of a combined administrative section? How are we distributing proportionate costs for the administrative section? And I very much appreciate the administrative office help with that as we get to that point. So those three items that I mentioned earlier would come to your board for approval. What I would suggest is that we would come to your board for approval after going through the ad hoc committee with a review. Come to your board for approval in the coming months, and I would suggest prior to budgets that would come back to your board, and that following that we would prepare the fiscal year 26-27 budget under a merged department. And I'm going to pause here just to address why not do all these things during budget hearings, during the budget process with official action at that point. And this is where I guess I'm speaking maybe somewhat independently, and I'll just say because as the individual who's appointed to manage both departments, I have directly observed and experienced some inefficiencies in a one director, two departments. In particular, they're not in the same building, right? It's directly across the street, but there's some inefficiencies in not being there, not having that the ability to really take action on behalf of one department as opposed to two. So another 6 months would certainly lead to some inefficiencies at the director level. Waiting for budgets would do just that, but it gives us an opportunity to approve in concept now, follow up with a formal action in the coming months, and then where we would provide some in-depth budgetary assessment, but not to the level of what we would prepare for the 26-27 budgets. So with that said, the recommended actions are slightly different from what was in the memo. As I mentioned earlier, that was discussions with legal and admin, and I appreciate their input. To summarize what the recommended actions are, if your board does conceptually approve or support, I won't say approve, but conceptually support the merger, recommended actions first would be to coordinate for direction to staff to coordinate establishment of the key classifications that are in simplistically shown up here, but identify the key classifications that need to be written, the job descriptions written, the compensation determined. Second, I would say return to the board with a presentation on staffing recommendations and financial and operational impacts, as well as a formal resolution merging the departments. And then third, this is kind of a catch-all, but direct staff to initiate other administrative and budgetary actions to support the implementation. And so for some example there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that needs to be done. Workspace locations is one. Administrative cost sharing among budget units. County code revisions as necessary. Any employee union negotiations that might be necessary. Payroll adjustments and the sort. So that's the summary of the recommended actions. And because it's all direction to staff, these are simply recommended directions that your board might consider. But that concludes my presentation, and happy to attempt to answer any questions here.
Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know there was a lot. One of the things that we've struggled with for a long time, and we've had a lot of turnover and we've had a lot of change, and I sure hope you don't go anywhere anytime soon, Lars. But we do have to look at succession planning. And I know that there are engineering requirements. And I'm just hoping that as we look at this org chart, we can also think about which position would make sense if there was a need to, have a deputy fill in for the director, or, if there were different vacancies, how could a different, if one deputy was gone, I just want to make sure that since we're doing all of this planning, maybe you could spend some time trying to flesh that out and figure that out so that we don't end up in a situation where we're not able to function at our highest capacity.
Sure. Yeah. Quick answer to that: succession planning is key, and I'm really excited about the staff that some of the young engineers in particular. Typically, public works directors come from the engineering side of the house, and so a natural route. Leaving out an assistant director doesn't mean that someone wouldn't, an engineer might not learn the chops, so to speak. And there could be an opportunity to learn different, you wouldn't have to be the deputy director for engineering and capital projects. You could go into another one of those areas and learn that side. But there's some great staff that are they're in public works as well as public services. I'm focusing on the engineering side right now, but there's I think the future is bright. I've had some recent discussions with potential candidates for vacancies that we have now, and I think there's some good potential in the near future.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. But I just want to make sure that we've got kind of backup plans in place.
Yeah, and I to that point. Let's say this is the structure that we established. Let's say I'm gone. Something comes up, and oh goodness, there's no assistant director to go to. Well,
right.
There are deputy directors that, dependent upon the issue, if it's a roads issue, we'll have that deputy director for maintenance would be the one. If it's a project issue, there's your deputy director for capital projects. If it's a solid waste issue, you have another deputy director. So it may not be a singular assistant, but it's multiple highly capable deputies.
Okay, great, thank you.
Let's go to Supervisor Sabatier.
And I had a similar comment. I don't think it needs to be director, deputy director, and then the other deputy directors underneath, or assistant director, whatever you want to label it. I feel like that's too narrow, and not sure how it would be positioned, but there's a reason for the leadership that's needed at the helm of a department, and that's to get everyone to collaborate and work together and move things along. And if there is a long-term absence from the director, is there a chosen deputy director that you would choose already that would just take that place, or is there a structure that we can build that somebody's already there within that structure? So that's just, I was thinking the exact same lines along what Supervisor Pyska was saying, because it looks a little broad right below you. And to me, it also creates upward mobility for those that are there, so that they're not just stuck at the deputy director until somebody leaves at the director level. There's still an opportunity to take that one more step and learn more. Can you go backwards a little bit? Oh, right when it disappeared.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
And Johanna left.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Let's see.
Well, anyways,
There we go. All right, get it up.
just to see what the titles were for the,
There we go. So this is Public Services,
and then back one.
Public Works.
Yeah, and I was thinking financially, maybe it's not deputy director, maybe it's division director. I don't know. Trying to figure out how to balance it out as it goes down the list. But what I'm hoping for in order to make a final decision is here's what a budget looks like altogether, and here's what the budget would look like if we stayed exactly the same, which I think is complicated to a certain degree, but we also still have, here's what these classifications would cost, because it's really a matter of salaries and everything attached to the salaries. The rest is easy to figure out. So that's where I am. I need to really see the numbers and cents, the dollars and cents to be able to make a final decision, and a lot of trust in what you're putting together and what you think is going to work the best. I have an idea, but I'm also not working it just like you are and the rest of your staff is as well. So I think it's important to get your perspective on that, on what you feel would work best. And we've done this before. We used to be Public Services and Public Works together as one many, many moons ago. And so there's some archived somewhere understanding of, did that structure for us work in the past or did it not? And if it did, maybe it's something that we can kind of dust off and take a look at as well if that wasn't looked at.
Yeah, in a slightly different capacity, but yes, solid waste was in Public Works, but facilities never was. Parks and Recreation never were, and Water Resources at one point was in Public Works. So there's certainly some history, but it's more history of dissolving as opposed to coming back together.
So I do have a 5:30 p.m. bomb to drop. You mentioned the separate facilities. Has there been a conversation about maybe a swap with Water Resources and Public Services so that you have a combined, if we combine change the structure so that you're all in one area and Water Resources has its own building? I don't know what the square footage difference is, if that would even work, but just thought I'd throw it out.
Yeah, one benefit we have, coincidentally, is that we have an architect right now who's working, and the Space Committee is aware of this, and I owe your board an update on that. But an architect is having conversations with the majority of department heads in the county in consideration of the fourth floor being vacant and what are their needs, what are their wants, how much space do they need, and so essentially we're talking about a space use study and where departments might go. So the timing is perfect if this was a consideration. I have yet to have my department head discussion with the architect. Mine is next week. So actually, I'm sorry, this week. So that is in the works to determine what space needs are there, where they might go. Have I gone to the Water Resources Director and had a discussion about, hey, I'm going to suggest taking over? No, I have not done that yet. I think it's a little premature, but I think at this point when we talk about this building, there's quite a lot that's on the table as potentials, given the fourth floor vacancy, and even that has a lot of unknowns there as well that we have to work with the state on. So I hope that answers your question a bit.
In the works, not set in stone. Heard it.
Thank you, and I just wanted to briefly comment. I appreciate the questions from Supervisors Pyska and Sabatier. That was a big part of the discussion that we had at the ad hoc regarding that proposed structure with what it could look like with a new department, and so it's definitely was part of the discussion. So appreciate that coming out. Is there any further comments from supervisors? No? Then I'm going to go ahead and open this to the public. Johanna, do we have anyone? I'll start online first.
Yeah,
Sterling, if you go ahead and state your name for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sterling Wellman. So, of course, you guys all know I live in Spring Valley, and Public Works is the government entity that takes care of New Long Valley, also takes care of Old Long Valley and the bridges. So when we're merging these together, what is this going to do for the world communities out here in, like, say, the outskirts of Lake County, getting grants for bridges for emergency ingress and egress with communities like Spring Valley. Is that going to hurt us on keep trying to fight for the bridges? And then maybe a little going around and talking to the town hall committees and getting the public's opinion on merging these together, so then more community members inside Lake County can understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Do we have anyone else online? No more hands. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing any. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for any further comments or possible direction on the recommended action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve is this the,
Hang on.
oh,
We
sorry.
have a change in the language.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about.
You want it, County Council, you want to walk us through? or-
Yes, so it's generally as how Director Ewing presented it verbally to your board. It's substantively different from the recommendations that was stated in the board memo. So your board can just give, if your board is, if your board finds that satisfactory, your board can just provide consensus to Director Ewing's three directions to be provided to Director Ewing to move forward as he verbally laid it out.
And he did lay it out to the board, so at this point I'd ask, do we have consensus for, yeah, go ahead, Supervisor.
And again, my addition to that consensus would be, I want to still see the difference in what that would look like, and then the final decision would be once all the nitty-gritty type of information could be provided.
And Mr. Chair, if I could offer just to...
Yes, please.
There's no reason why we couldn't do that. Those two departments can certainly work together. We do. We work together to get a presentation to your board, prior to budget hearings, so that you'll have an understanding of exactly what you talked about. And I'd be happy to work with, and I will work with the ad hoc committee so they can see that sort of information in advance.
And that was the royal we, where you represent both, that we will be presenting.
Royal is an overstep.
And just to be clear, is the rest of the board okay with consensus on the budget part of it? Yes. So we have, you have any questions or?
I have the direction that I feel that I need. Unless there's any clarity, I guess I'll just pause and ensure that on kind of legal or admin, if there's any misunderstanding there, but good. All right.
I think we're good then. We'll go ahead and
Thank you very
close this item and see you back at some point.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lars.
Appreciate it. And then I'm going to go ahead and check in with my colleagues. It's getting late in the day. Do we want to go ahead and do reports or a modified version of reports? I don't know if folks have stuff they need to get out.
I'm okay with foregoing them.
I've said what I needed to say about the spill that's out there.
So no further report, Supervisor Owen?
I can just give a quick update about our trip yesterday.
Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
real briefly. Yeah, we Supervisor Sabatier and myself went down to Anaheim and met with the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, along with Mendocino County, Sonoma County representatives, and some other folks, stakeholders and whatnot, Lake Pillsbury Alliance, and basically went around the circle, went around the square, and talked about our different challenges in going through this. And she took a copious amount of notes. Also, was very supportive, and we spent a good hour with them, and so it went really well. She put a post out and is giving some support to us. There was a briefing afterwards. Supervisor Sabatier got to stand up and be a part of the briefing. I don't know if he answered any questions, but it was pretty good. And so that was basically what we went through yesterday. It was a pretty good meeting. I think it was helpful, and we're hoping that in the future we can have some more attention directly in Lake County. But as for yesterday, we made a mark, I think.
Thank you, Supervisors, for
Thank you for
going down
going.
there. Supervisor Owen, did you have anything you needed to put out? No. Supervisor Pyska?
Well, I just have one thing to share that's pretty exciting. I've got my EELU NACO committee meeting tomorrow, and it's going to highlight Chief Cepeda and our our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer's work on water for fire suppression. So the work that they've been doing locally has been getting a lot of attention across the state, and now we're just going to bump it up nationally.
Okay, and the only thing I would mention is, as Supervisor Crandall, I'm planning on attending RCRC in your place.
Yeah, I'm going to, but we
Okay.
can both go.
Okay.
Yeah, the other trip I was going to go on, I canceled. It was something else, so
Okay.
I figured I'd go. But it's always good to have both representatives
Yeah.
for this RCRC.
All right, well, I was already set, so I'll just go with you and learn about it.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. I'm not going to go through the other stuff this week that I have. It's routine business. And with that, we have completed all of our items except for closed session. So I'm going to go ahead and read that item out. That's item 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, title County Council. And we will go ahead and shut down and be on a short break until we're shut down to go into closed session. Thank you for attending today.